Uh, yeah, it is funny. You know, impressed with you, and you're thinking, I'll bet your college reunion is quite something.
He did laugh though. He goes, I went to Harvard. He played football for a year before he got hurt. And he played football at St. Thomas. And he's like, more people are impressed that I went to St. Thomas than I went to Harvard.
It's outstanding.
Oh.
Morning, Coffin Ball, Paul.
So I don't know where Jake got it from a show, but he was like, who's the biggest fraud in college football? Don't know which coach is the biggest fraud in college football?
Oh, coach. Okay.
Deion or Dabo were his two.
Interesting.
You can't put Harbaugh up there anymore because he's in the pros. But it all stemmed from Harbaugh's comment, I didn't cheat. I didn't know anything about it. I've never cheated.
Right.
And I was like, huh.
Look at this. Morning, everybody. Yes. Yeah, well, I think the curtains came with the condo, which was 83. Now I could open it, okay, but then the sun's going to come through at some point. I mean, all right, I'll open it. So you guys like the birds. Mark, is that too distracting?
No. It's better with them shut, in my opinion.
But they're ugly. I'm at Mom's and Aunt Kathy's. Floors did get fixed, but Mom's 80th. Ta-da! Well, the guys were hooked up, so don't come over. Okay. So, yeah, she said, I'm so excited to see everyone and the pilot and the co-pilot. So apparently, okay. Yeah.
And I'm just doing airplane lines in my head.
At some point they sleep. Oh, I slept. I was tired. I slept well. So. I don't know. I turned
listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Friday. Do you know this is the last weekend for like 24 weekends where we don't have a meaningful football game? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm on the road. I'm in Jersey. I'm at my mom's house. My mom and Aunt Kathy. We're going to celebrate her 80th birthday this weekend. Flying in the granddaughter and the great-granddaughter. And, the son-in-law's coming too. It's a package deal. So, top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Well, the computer fired a minute earlier than it was supposed to this morning, so we're off to a rousing start, but I'm not as panicked as I was because it worked. The fact that it fired a minute early, I can deal with that. We adjusted some things. I apologize to those of you down the line that kind of heard a scratchy open there, so that's on me because, well, it wasn't supposed to happen then, and I wasn't paying attention. As simple as that. But no, I'm in a good mood. It's a football Friday, kind of, sort of. It's our last non-football Friday, if you will. As you just mentioned, from this point forward, we have football every weekend for the foreseeable future.
That counts in the standings anyway. That's all that matters. That's why, the week 0, that Florida State, Georgia Tech, it's televised. You can bet on it. It counts in the standings. That's pretty much the 3 criteria as to whether or not it counts. And so we are 8 days away from that. 8, 15, and 20 are your magic numbers, ladies and gentlemen. 8, 15, and 20 days away from week 0, week 1 of the college football season, and less than 3 weeks away from the Ravens and the Chiefs to kick off the NFL season opener. The injuries continue to mount, however, Mark.
Wow. Milano for the Bills. How about that, David? That was just obviously if you're a Dolphin fan, I hope you don't root for injuries, but it obviously changes the complexion of the AFC East because he's such a stalwart on that defense. And I just felt sick for him yesterday after missing most of the last year and Milano coming back and thinking, hey, this is what the Bills need. He's the anchor of that defense. And David, I felt as badly for a team that I don't care about as I have in a long time. When you see someone putting the work in and trying to get back, and when it doesn't happen, it's gut-wrenching to them, obviously. And he's a great football player, so you miss him on the field.
And remember, they lost the 2 veteran safeties. And if you believe in strength up the middle, not just for a baseball team, but defensively, and Milano is the tackling machine in the middle of that Bills defense, and now he's going to be gone. And their numbers last year with him the first 5 games and without him the rest of the year were noticeable. Yards per play, completion percentage, yards per completion, you name it. I mean, not having him was noticeable. The numbers were, oh, wow, yeah, you're missing something. Yeah, we're missing our tackling machine is what we're missing.
Well, and obviously if the injury put him in a spot where he wouldn't have been able to come back to the beginning of the season, Buffalo would have made adjustments in the offseason. Now they're in a spot where they're basically having to find used parts to fill in for Milano with who's getting cut. Not a lot of players left, so it's a tough road for the Bills defensively.
Well, and this is where I think you got to give the Atlanta Falcons a little bit of credit here. They suffered some injuries in the first few weeks of camp and what have you, and they've gone out and spent some resources here in the past 2 days to upgrade their defense. Gave up a 3rd-round pick for Judon, the edge rusher from New England, but then they lost one of their 2 safeties, Mark, to injury, likely out for the year. And so Justin Simmons, who has led the NFL in interceptions over the last 8 years, Xavier Howard second, but Justin Simmons, 8 years of safety in Denver, 9 interceptions the last 2 years, and he was on the free agent market. And the Falcons said enough of this because, Mark, also, what did Simmons go do? Yeah, he worked out with the Saints earlier in the week. That'll get the Falcons' attention. And so he got paid, by the way, $8 million. That's not bad for mid-August when you're sitting on your couch.
That's actually not bad. That's actually really, really good is what it is. And I know you're being a little tongue-in-cheek with that. So that's a great payday for him. And it's amazing in the last 2 days, I don't know about you, but my feelings about the NFC South have changed. Not completely, and I don't know who I'm picking yet, whether it's Atlanta or Tampa, but the additions on defense certainly have to make you take another look at the Atlanta Falcons with what they have done on offense and bringing in Cousins, new coaches, new coordinators, Bijan Robinson, London, Pitts, how attractive that team can look offensively. Now what they've done on the defensive side of the ball. But Milano for the Bills, if you were someone that was picking the Bills in that division, I have to think it's going to cause pause if you are still on the Bills train to win the AFC East.
So we try not to pay much attention to anything else but the injuries in August. What's the only thing that counts, Mark?
It's the injuries, David. Always has been. It always will be.
However, I just wonder, does the first quarter and a half tomorrow night count in a big way as to who's going to be the quarterback in Pittsburgh? because Justin Fields played the first preseason game. Russell Wilson's availability the first couple weeks of camp was not been that good. This week, the Steelers and the Bills did 2 days, controlled scrimmage, the whole deal. Mark, I don't know what accounts you've read, but from the people covering it, from both Buffalo and Pittsburgh side, Fields outplayed Wilson with the first team offense. When it was ones against ones, the offense did better with Fields than it did with Russell Wilson. And Tomlin has really divided the reps. I mean, remember how 2 weeks ago, Russell Wilson, guys, he's our starting quarterback. Okay. Don't worry about it. He's our starting quarterback. Now, I'm just wondering, Mark, does Russell Wilson have to perform well against the Bills defense? Tomlin has said, I'm giving my first team 4 series, both sides of the ball. That's the plan right now. 4 series. So who does he start? And does he go 2 series, 2 series? Or does he give Russ all 4 and say, all right, show me what you got, dude? I'm just wondering, Mark, for a guy, he has said, and Fields has kept his mouth shut, but if you're my starting quarterback, why am I splitting your reps with somebody else?
Well, I think first off, Russ was a little banged up to start, so I think they're easing Russ back into it slightly. But the fact that he has not played well in these controlled scrimmages has to give Tomlin reason to pause. Tomlin in the interview, when asked about Russ and who he was playing with and if he was playing with the ones, Tomlin was very quick to say Russ is the starter.
Mm-hmm. I know that. I know that. But, Mark, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's minor leagues. It doesn't matter if it's the highest level. The guys know. And for what it's worth, this week against an opponent, Fields at the very least has been the equal to Russ.
He looked bad in the preseason game, fumbled a couple of snaps, which is concerned. So I do think the game has some weight to it. More than 99% of preseason games do. Because if Russ looks good, it will cool the Fields talk and also turn the media towards Russ, if you know what I mean. Less questions about who the starter is if Russ plays well.
And maybe there's nothing that is going to prevent Russell Wilson from starting opening day in Atlanta for the Steelers. But I'm just wondering, Mark, if so far August has done a lot to shorten the rope. Because clearly the Steelers are operating un-Steelers-like this year. I mean, the owner has flat said, we got to win games in January. This 9-10 win stuff doesn't interest me at all. They've been very aggressive for 2 off seasons in bringing in players. Look at the effort that they got to bring in Ayuk. That's very un-Steelers-like. Never mind, do it in August. And now they throw away their entire quarterback room and bring in not 1, but 2 guys. And I just wonder if, it's not that Tomlin's job's on the line, because it's not. He just got a 3-year extension. Come on, this is Steelers. All right. I mean, they literally haven't fired a coach since, Lyndon Baines Johnson was president. But I'm just wondering if the next 36 hours goes a long way to determining how long the rope is for Russ in Pittsburgh to start the year. Because also, if we're aware of their back-end schedule, you don't think the Steelers are aware of their back-end schedule? They got to get off to a good start.
And they open with the Atlanta Falcons in a game of both teams have high expectations for themselves. And we've talked about it. The week 1 NFL matchups are juicy, to say the very least. 7 games that are really solid to open the season, all starting with the Chiefs and the Ravens on the first Thursday of the season.
And you wonder, last year we had 3 games where it ended up that 2 playoff teams were playing in them week 1. And you wonder, just how many of those games we're going to have this year. I mean, you take a look at that week 1 schedule, as you mentioned. I mean, if you describe the game as juicy, I mean, I'm going to translate what the synonym of that means, Mark. That's your way of saying we could have 2 playoff teams facing one another here.
Or we could have one playoff team beating another team, and that's the difference of them making the playoffs or not making the playoffs.
Well, and we thought that would be the case last year when Miami opened up with the LA Chargers. We didn't expect the Chargers to fall off a cliff. We thought that was a wild card tiebreaker type game right out of the chute. And you wonder this year with Jacksonville and Miami week 1, if that could be a game that late in the year you're going, well, so-and-so's got the edge because ... But yes, a lot of juicy, Mark. A lot of juicy.
Okay.
20
Maybe
days
I need to
away.
pour you a glass. Maybe I need to pour you a glass of orange juice. See if Mom has some orange juice in the fridge for you.
No,
To get you.
she doesn't. All right. She has water though. I did. She said, do you need anything? I go, I need a lot of water. So there's a lot of water here. I'm here for like 4 days. There's like 48 water bottles.
Will it be enough? We'll keep you posted on Monday. Pat Kirwan going to join us on the show today, so that makes it a Football Friday. The text line is open at 21,000. If you've never texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller, and then you can text as much or as little as you would like. Texters are already telling me what a bad job I did running the board to start the show, even though I have nothing to do with when the computer fires. But thank you for your support.
Tell you what, the business card's getting very big, though. I mean, it used to just say Mark Miller, co-host Miller and Moulton. Now the job titles that are on it, I mean, we may have to use the back of the card. It's getting so plentiful. Miller and Moulton. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, this is really screwed up. I don't know what's going on here with the computer this morning, but I've got no music. This was not set up right, so I think we're coming back dry. I hope. I hope it just doesn't start firing more commercials after this. So there's going to be no rejoiner here.
Okay.
I'm going to try to fire it. I really don't know what's going on here. This is freaky. It's never looked like this. In the whole time I've done a show, the computer has all these. It has a 5-minute break, and then it says start Triton, which is like a 5-second thing, and then it says the rejoiner. Well, none of those are there. I'm just going to kind of point if commercials aren't firing. If they fire, you'll know.
Okay. By the way, I don't know if everybody heard that, but that was a train.
Nope, didn't hear it.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we're dancing this early on the show because the computer worked properly. That's why we're dancing. If you're watching on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, top of the morning to you. How the heck are you on this Football Friday?
Football Friday.
See, we're in, I don't know about midseason form, but we're raring to go. We are raring to go. We're liking our roster heading into the beginning of the season, 8, 15, and 20 days away, depending on when your season begins. Florida State, Georgia Tech in 8. The big first Saturday of the college football season is 15 days away, and 3 weeks yesterday, 20 days away, Ravens and Chiefs. Make sure you sign up. Speaking of 20, August 20th, Tuesday night, the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit, millerandmoulton.com, millerandmoulton.com. That's how you sign up. It's the only way you can sign up and be part of the proceedings. Dr. Roto, a good 90 minutes. He brings a cheat sheet. He gives it to everybody so that you can have it for your fantasy football drafts, which we assume are at least a week away. Some may be later, but it's why we have the draft schedule for the 20th. We're figuring nobody's doing a draft before the 20th, or hardly anybody, and that maybe you're doing it beginning Thursday the 22nd, or the into the weekend or what have you. So we wanted to have it before you did your draft.
Always a good night. Walking away with Dr. Roto's player rankings, his ideas on sleepers, and a lot of other advice as to how to construct your draft. If you've been before, you know the information you get. It's worth it. So check it out, millerandmoulton.com, the Dr. Roto Fantasy Football Summit, brought to you by Floormeisters.
So the NBA, I don't know if you should feel sorry for a league that just signed a $76 billion media rights deal, but it doesn't go into effect for another year, Mark. And, the poor NBA, I mean, they're trying to just, do their business, and they thought they had carved out some nice little real estate for themselves. We like to call it in this country Christmas. And poor NBA. And then the NFL decided, why don't we just schedule a game on Christmas and see if anybody watches? They scheduled the Saints with Drew Brees against the bad Vikings team, actually. Suffering through injuries, didn't even finish 500 that year. And man, did people watch. And then Alvin Kamara scored 6 touchdowns.
Had those cool shoes, too.
Yes, he did. You remembered. And after that, the NFL went, well, maybe we should schedule more games on Christmas. And the NBA's going, no, man, that's a bad idea. Don't do that. No, come on. No, come on now. You got the whole, could you leave a little something for us? The NFL, as a matter of fact, no. Just wait.
We don't even leave crumbs for anyone anymore. We take everything off the plate. We lick the bowl, whatever you want to do. Moulton with the heel of the bread on gravy on a plate.
Thank you. I was just going to say, earlier in the week, you mocked me for gravy and a bowl and a small loaf of bread when necessary. Tell me the NFL is not gravy and a bowl and a huge damn loaf of bread. And by the way, there's more gravy in that bowl whenever they ask for it.
And it's not the heel of the bread. Well, if it is, it's the biggest heel ever. It's the middle piece. It sops up the most gravy. They flip it over. This is the open-faced turkey sandwich on Friday that you pour the gravy on. That's so damn good.
I mean, did you see the picture when they were in Paris together of RG3 and his wife? And we'll get to RG3, who was in the news yesterday for, not the best of reasons. But did you see the picture of RG3 and his wife and the biggest damn croissant that you've ever seen? All right.
I did.
And so, they each pretended, they were biting it from.
That was a very good French accent out of you. I'm impressed.
Okay. Sidebar. Can't believe we're going here. So there's a Dunkin' about a mile or so from our condo. And my wife and mother-in-law, especially the mother-in-law, love Dunkin', love the breakfast sandwiches, particularly my mother-in-law. And I then go, well, if I'm buying for you, I might as well get one for myself. But I eat them on a bagel.
Okay.
My mother-in-law, bagel's too hard. She wants it a little softer. So she gets it on a croissant. That's how I pronounce it. 6 years of French. That's how I pronounce it. Okay. If there's a legacy of Madame Lille in my life, okay, it's croissant. That's how I pronounce it. I literally, I had to ask the person because I ordered, I'll take the bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel and a bacon, egg, and cheese on a croissant. And the person goes, I'm sorry, what? And I go, well, croissant. No. And I'm in the drive-through too. I can't even make eye contact.
Being all sophisticated. This is so out of your range.
And I'm not being sophisticated. This is, for whatever reason, it's in my brain. It's the only way I know how to pronounce it. And I go, well, croissant. And literally, the person on the other end says, hold on. And and there's a delay. And then next thing I know, there's a new voice on the headset going, I'm sorry, sir, what is it that you want? And I go, I want a bacon, egg, and cheese on a croissant. And she goes, what? So I got two of them at Dunkin', and I don't know, how to pronounce it any other way. So how do you pronounce it?
The same way you do. Croissant.
Okay, but so I don't know. Apparently, there's a way to take the French out of it.
Yeah, croissant.
Okay. Croissant. That's it. That's
right.
it.
Croissant.
Kind of make it more of a K sound.
Right.
And then make the last part of it be like ant. Okay.
Yes.
Croissant.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I literally now they know my voice. Okay. And so I kid you not, the last time I went, all right, my mother-in-law didn't want a sandwich. So I was just going for myself. So I order the bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel. And before I can order anything else, one of the two, and pardon my French, wise asses, says, what? No croissant?
The two of them said it back and forth to one another.
Totally.
The majority of the morning. Every time someone ordered it croissant, they went croissant.
So when I get to I tipped them $10. I'm laughing the whole time. I'm like, that's outstanding. Okay. You two are both blankety blanks, but that's outstanding. I literally put $10 in the tip jar. So anyway, where were we?
I don't know anymore.
So we're back to the NBA. Okay. They released their Christmas schedule yesterday. Man, I mean, Mark, they're up against Mahomes and the Steelers and the Ravens and the Texans. I mean, Lamar and CJ. I mean, that's what they're up against at 1 and 4:30 on Christmas Day. Now, both games are on Netflix. So maybe not as many people will watch. Maybe, right?
Right, but once they tune in, this is the one thing, and all of you have pointed this out. The one thing about streaming, it's difficult to get from one streaming device to another. When you're locked on the football game, you're typically not flipping during commercial breaks.
Right. So the NBA released their schedule yesterday, and they are throwing everything they have at the NFL. Every star, every team, you name it, they are throwing it all at the NFL. They're like, this is our last shot. They're on Netflix. Maybe people will watch.
Yeah,
So,
good luck with that.
Yeah.
No matter how good their games are.
Miller and Moulton, your home of the croissant. Coming up next, Miller and Moulton, the home of the starting five.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and CoreTech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them Just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Huh. I like that story, fam. Adam, outside of croissant, I have no French. And I know that's not really, having French, but I'm just saying. Yes, I'm sure Coffin Ball they do. They go, oh, it's the croissant guy.
We need a poll question.
How do you pronounce croissant? What are you going to watch on Christmas Day? NFL on Netflix, NBA?
Oh, my God. Do you think NBA would get 10%?
I don't know. That's why you'd have to include the Netflix.
It's not bad.
Did you hear about this Matsuyama story?
Yes. A couple days ago. Crazy.
I didn't really know the specifics of it.
I just thought they were robbed, and his caddy and manager had to go, lost their passports and all. They had to go back to Japan.
Paul, what are you going to do then? You don't watch the NBA, but you canceled Netflix. You going to pay the, what, $13-14 just to watch NFL on Christmas Day?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, 2 hours from now, Pat Kirwan will join us on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
This is the last weekend until, well, the week in between the conference championship games and the Super Bowl, in which there will not be a meaningful football game. And for those of you that, preseason football do it for you, knock yourselves out. But we got Florida State, Georgia Tech in 8 days, and then week one of the college football season, and then we're off, baby. So this is it. You made it. You made it. This also, Mark, last weekend. This is honeydew weekend, isn't it? You got to get things done this weekend.
If you say so. I mean, I'm trying to avoid that as best I can.
Well, this weekend next, it's only Florida State, Georgia Tech. You could work around that. Time's running out.
I think we've got the next best game, I think, is what, Vandy and Va Tech?
Yeah.
So we have Georgia Tech and Florida State. Hey, quick question for you, a little follow-up. I know people love follow-ups in this business, David, but a while back I had inquired as to why it was in your mind. Did you check the script that you sent to Rick, our voice guy, and find out if you did go with in your mind or on your mind, if it was a fat thumb error on your part?
It was. It was a fat. Is this bothering people? Do we have to change this?
No, I actually like it.
I was going to say, because we are asking what's in your mind.
What's in your mind? I think you're changing the American lexicon of how we speak, David. What's in your mind?
What's in your mind?
What's in your mind?
Well, yeah, we want to know.
If it were on your mind, I could see it.
Right. What's in your mind? What are you thinking? Translation, what's in your mind is, what are you thinking? Right?
Absolutely.
We're different. See, this is why we're not network level. See, we're what's in your mind. Everybody else is what's on your mind. We're what's in your mind. 20 minutes before the hour, time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Or Starsky and Hutch. Either one.
Exactly. This is what the car chases. This is how they used to start out back in the day. We'll start with baseball. Why not? 7 games yesterday. Orioles back in a tie for first with the Yankees. They beat the Red Sox 5-1. 40 games to play. Orioles and Yankees, identical records. Identical. Red Sox signed 44-year-old Rich Hill. I don't want to say that, you can be left-handed and old and still pitch in the majors, but 44-year-old Rich Hill got signed yesterday by the Red Sox. Phillies now lead the Braves by 7 because they beat the Nats 13-3 while the Braves lost to the Giants 6-0. Weston Wilson, Mark, hit for the cycle. He's a rookie.
First Philly rookie to ever do that.
Ever.
Played baseball a long time.
The Phillies go back to the 19th century. Yes. First rookie to ever hit for the cycle, Weston Wilson. Mets blew a 5-0 lead and a big chance to gain ground on the Braves and lost at home to Oakland 7-6. Yeah, they're not a playoff team. They're not. Braves still 2 up on the Mets for the final playoff spot in the National League. Speaking of 2, that's what the Dodgers lead's been reduced to in the West. Brewers beat them 6-4. LA's lead over both Arizona and San Diego is 2, while Milwaukee with the biggest lead in the sport. The Brewers lead the Central by 9. Twins 4 back of the Guardians. They beat Texas 3-2. And I don't want to say things are going badly for Seattle, but when you get beat on a Javi Baez 2-run homer in the 8th, things are not going well. Javi Baez, who I don't even know if he's hitting 200, with arguably the worst contract in Major League Baseball. 2-run homer in the 8th. Mariners held the 1 hit. They get swept by Detroit 2-1. Christian Yelich, by the way, opted for season-ending back surgery, so the Brewers are going to have to get it done in the postseason without him. And for what it's worth, David Sampson might end up being wrong on this. He doesn't think the A's are going to end up in Vegas. Guy running the show in Vegas said, we are rounding third and heading for home. We got everything lined up, and everything should be approved December 5th. And then we're going to do what the Rays are doing in early 2025. We're going to have ourselves a press event, and we're putting shovels in the ground. So we'll see. December 5th. Number 2, the NFL. The Bills middle linebacker Matt Milano suffered a torn bicep, out until at least December. At least. Oftentimes, that's a season-ending injury. Milano only played 5 games last year due to a leg injury when Buffalo played Jacksonville in London. Dak Prescott says, quote, good things, unquote, are happening in contract talks between he and the Cowboys. Okay. Atlanta continues to upgrade their defense. They signed free agent safety Justin Simmons to a 1-year, $8 million deal. He's going to team with Jesse Bates. It's a pretty good safety core right there. Thank you very much. 2 newcomers. Simmons leads the NFL in interceptions over the last 8 years with 30. He's had 9 the last 2 when playing with Denver. Russell Wilson will play in the Steelers preseason game tomorrow night against Buffalo. He's been splitting first-team reps this week with Justin Fields. 1 preseason game last night. If you bet the Patriots, you lost. Eagles rally to beat them 14-13. No games tonight. 13 games Saturday. Dolphins host Washington. Bucks are in Jacksonville to face the Jags. Falcons in Baltimore for the Ravens. Titans will host Seattle. A college football note, Ohio State officially named Will Howard their starting quarterback yesterday. They're really going to need him, Mark, for that opener against Akron, which will be on CBS. Ohio State having to lay 51.
He's going to have to hand it off a lot this year because their running backs are really good.
Yes. Yes. By the way, number 3 is the WNBA. It resumed play last night. Angel Reese in action. She had another double-double, 11 points, 15 rebounds, although Chicago got beat by Phoenix by 20. And speaking of Phoenix, they're in Indianapolis to face Caitlin Clark and the Fever tonight, 7:30. If you're interested, Ion. Yeah, it's a crazy WNBA TV package for at least another year. Yes, the Fever are on Ion tonight at 7:30. Caitlin Clark minus 4.5. Mercury having to play back-to-back.
Back.
Yeah. What do you think?
Do you want to bet the WNBA?
Yeah. What the heck? Yeah. Take all that winnings from the Phillies against the Marlins the other day. All right. Take the Fever, lay 4.5 while we're at it. Golf, FedEx Cup, St. Jude Classic. Chris Kirk. What would you hit, by the way? 205-yard par 3, warm weather like yesterday. The ball's traveling well, normal wind. What would you hit?
5-iron?
He hit a 6-iron. He aced it. Par 3, 14, 205. On the way to a 6-under 64 and a one-shot lead. One of the golfers he leads is Hideki Matsuyama, who just won the bronze medal in the Olympics. He's lucky he still has the bronze. And I say that because when he was in London, they went from Paris to London, and then they were flying to Memphis out of London. Okay. So he's having dinner with his caddy and his coach, and he's got his bag with him. Not his golf bag or what have you, but just a bag. In the bag is the passport for the caddy and the coach and Hideki's wallet. But back in the hotel room was Hideki's passport and the bronze medal. Well, the bag gets stolen. So since Hideki still had his passport, he could travel to the States. His coach and caddy cannot. So Hideki had to, scramble, find a new caddy, and he went out and shot a 5 under 65. He's hopeful that he'll have his caddy and coach not next week, but for the season-ending tour championship. Hopeful. Scheffler and Schauffele, by the way, 2 back at 4 under. LPGA Tours at the Scottish Open. Minjee Lee from Australia, 5 under, 1-shot lead over Megan Kang from the U.S. Lydia Ko, who just won the gold and entry into the LPGA Hall of Fame, 2 back at 3 under. NBA released their schedule yesterday, Mark. It'll start October 22nd. Remember, wasn't that long ago the NBA started right around Halloween, give or take a day either way. Now they're starting a full week earlier than that, October 22nd. Knicks in Boston, T-Wolves at the Lakers. By the way, the Clippers and their brand new arena, they debut the next night in prime time.
I do love, 80-game schedule, and they're asking the talking heads, which game is it that you're most excited about? Are you serious?
Here's the Christmas Day lineup to compete with the NFL. Mark, tell me if any of these matchups interest you. Remember, the NFL's games are at 1 and 4:30 on Netflix.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to give the games first.
Yes. I love snark at this hour of the morning. Love it.
Can't help myself.
Wembanyama and the Spurs at MSG to face the Knicks.
All right.
Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves, a Western Conference Finals rematch. They'll be in Big D to take on Luka, Kyrie, and the Mavs. Then,
and Clay.
So far, nothing. Your 5 o'clock game, Philly at Boston. Your 8 o'clock game. All right, this is the NFL's done.
Right, this is the one I'm getting all jazzed up for. What do we got?
Lakers at Warriors.
Okay, I'll probably throw that on.
And then the late game is Denver and Phoenix. Jokic, Durant.
Lakers
Booker.
And Warriors, I will throw on.
So the NBA has a chance to get you at 8 o'clock.
A chance.
A chance.
Right.
Okay. NHL. It's kind of an NHL announcement. It's really also a Big Ten announcement because the NHL, for what it's worth, their Winter Classic's going to be at Wrigley this year, which I have to admit, New Year's Eve, Blackhawks hosting the Blues. That sounds kind of cool, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So since they got the whole thing set up, I don't know if the NHL made the call. I don't know if the Cubs made the call. I don't know if the Blackhawks made the call. Or maybe the Big Ten. Maybe Tony Petitti said, listen, while you guys got everything set up, could we play a few games afterwards? And they said, well, yeah, sure. So the Big Ten's going to play 4 hockey games a few days later. They got Penn State, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan, Wisconsin, Michigan State, all men's games. And then the women's game, Ohio State, who won the Natty last year, Ohio State against Wisconsin.
And for those that are confused, Notre Dame is a member of the Big Ten in hockey only.
Right. Because once again, the Big Ten's really playing hardball with Notre Dame.
Hardball with Notre Dame.
Yes. Whatever you guys want. Well, we'd like to play hockey there. Hey, we'll take you for hockey. Hockey's good. We could start there. Yeah, we're still going to play all our other sports in the ACC. Oh, that's okay. We'll take you for hockey. Hockey's good. Yeah. So, I mean, Mark, I think that's it. At 9 minutes before the hour, that's all I got. If I missed something, I apologize. That was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Wow.
So,
Well done.
yeah.
The only story I thought you'd bring up, because it's only worth it for the starting five, did you see what happened to the Notre Dame swimming program?
I did.
They have suspended the Notre Dame swimming program for a year because the Notre Dame swimmers were gambling on one another in practices and meets, and they were gambling on their times.
Correct.
And it's up to 60% of the team was apparently gambling. Now, the women's swim team nor neither diving team was reprimanded and found to be guilty of the gambling that the men's swimming team was guilty of. Found it to be an interesting story.
But it's in-house gambling. It's
right.
This
not with a
through a bookie or what have you. They're Miller and Moulton are both on the swim team. I'm betting I can beat you. Well, no, I'll take that bet. I'll beat you. I mean, listen.
This is the Calcutta at the country club, David, is what it is.
I was on a high school golf team. Me and Dave Martinez bet each other every day. Every day we bet each other. Which was stupid on my part because he was better than me. I mean, do you find the punishment
far exceeds the crime?
Okay.
Far exceeds the crime. I'm totally with you on that.
But yeah, they shut the program down for next year. Here's what I'm wondering. Kids keeping their scholarship? Are they going to have to pay for school for a year? Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. A suggestion for a poll question.
Okay.
Which conference will get more bids to the 12-team playoff?
I like it.
A, SEC, B, Big Ten, C, both get 3, D, both get 4.
Okay. The only other thing I had was if you were Dak Prescott, because Dak Prescott talking about contract negotiations, would you negotiate with the Cowboys right now or play it out to free agency? And I only say that because we could table yours for any other day next week, because that's a good question. And I've got the NBA and NFL one already typed up and ready to send if we wanted to do that.
Do you think anybody will vote besides ambient? Do you think anybody will vote NBA?
No.
We have to. I think we'd have to add C. Neither, because some people won't pay for Netflix. I mean, because that'll cost you. I mean, to sign up for Netflix is what, $14?
Something like that.
Oh.
Which one do you want? I'm good with any of them, David.
Well, the NBA Netflix. I mean, I guess we could save the NBA Netflix question for late December, I guess.
Good luck remembering.
Do you think people are that interested in Dak Prescott?
I don't know. Let's do the.
No, if we're going to do it, this is the only chance to really do the Dak Prescott question.
And I don't know if it's as much of a Dak question as it is playing into your last year of free agency. You know, that's why I think it's.
Well, I like it. If you were Dak Prescott, would you A, re-sign with Cowboys, B,
two T's, right? DAKPRESCOTT.
Mm-hmm. David Moulton, Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed and that we now own 100% of it. Content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour number 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. We're considering it a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Pat Kirwan will join us in about 90 minutes to talk all things NFL. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A reminder, go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's next Tuesday night. Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers, Doubletree, Bell Tower Shops. It's the refurbished Shoeless Joe's and Doubletree for that matter. So we got ourselves whatever size room we need. You know, they got a room that fits around 50, but we've got it already reserved. If there's more than 50 of you, which it looks like there could be, then they'll take care of us. So go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up, Dr. Roto. You get a cheat sheet, get all the tips you need to win your fantasy league. Heck, he's so good, Mark Miller won money in his fantasy football league last year. Okay, that's all we're saying. So go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. Can we go back to that Notre Dame story for a second?
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound? Are you and I just so pro gambling and casual gambling that we're missing this story, or does this seem draconian to you?
David, the one thing I wondered is at a school like Notre Dame, private Catholic school, is there some code of honor that this is against their code of ethics at the school? That's the one thing I don't know. But it didn't seem like in the article that I read that was just brought up. But there was an investigation. They brought in an outside firm, revealed that 60% of the swimmers were doing this.
Okay. They were, Charlie was betting he could swim faster than Harry. I mean, practice gets boring. I just, spice things up. It's their parents' money, for goodness sake. Not only that, Mark, I mean, can we, I want to look at the good father at Notre Dame and go, listen, as well as a fellow Catholic, do you know how much gambling has gone on Notre Dame football over the years illegally? Do you want to know how we've raised money at the church over the years?
I got a word for you, sir. Bingo.
I mean, can't you just, I don't know, scare them a little bit, say this has got to stop immediately or we will shut down the program? I mean, you're shutting down the program. I know nobody cares, but it just seems, I don't know. I'm stunned.
If I were a parent, I'd be flipping out. If my kid were a swimmer at Notre Dame, I'd be a little honked off this morning.
Yeah. And I'm serious. I do want to know. So does the scholarship get lost, suspended? I mean, there's big, some of those kids may only be at Notre Dame because they're on scholarship. Parents, if the parents had to pay for a year, parents are like, I can't afford Notre Dame for a year. Never mind, by the way. I mean, the semester starts in what? An hour and a half?
Right.
I mean, you're doing this now? I don't know. It just...
Nothing in the article I read talked about scholarships. I can't imagine many swimmers are on full scholarships, David.
I guess. I guess. By the way, if you were one of the swimmers, would you stay? I mean, it is a Notre Dame. It is a Notre Dame education. I mean,
they have swimmers there that are trying to get to the Olympics, though, to miss a year of meets and, what they want to do with their careers. I guess it depends how good of a swimmer I was, David. If I was elite, I'd be gone.
Speaking of which, did you see where they announced the swimming is going to be at the Olympics in Los Angeles?
SoFi?
Yeah. Yeah, they took a look at the U.S. qualifying there in Indianapolis and said, we can do that. We got an NFL stadium.
Fantastic.
Now, I will say, though, we've talked about this. SoFi is not a true dome.
Okay.
Wind comes in on one side of the stadium. I mean, we've joked about it, but we don't know if they'll ever have a Final Four there. Because if you have a windy night, it could alter the shooting. But yeah. They're having and then they're using both arenas because the Clippers just built theirs. I think the basketball is actually going to be at the Clippers place. I think gymnastics is going to be downtown at what used to be Staples. Now it's I don't know, Crypto. Is that what it is? Crypto?
Boy, you're giving me a bad quiz here. I'm going to fail the quiz grade because they've changed names so many times it's hard to keep track of that.
But anyway, the Lakers arena, I think, has got the gymnastics, and the Clippers arena has got the hoops. And they're putting the swimming at the SoFi, which will be a pretty amazing scene. You got to give them that.
I mean, all three venues will be great. The gymnastics at Staples, what used to be Staples, will be terrific. And, well, we can wait and see. See if Snoop can make it to 2 Olympics in a row. Now I just want Snoop at the Winter Games covering curling.
In Italy. Hello. All right. You know, I was just texting with a Bills fan. What do you do? Like, there are edge rushers. You could call the Jets. If you needed an edge rusher, you could call the Jets and say, hey, we'll take this Hassan Reddick headache off your hands.
Yeah, and if you're the Jets, you're really going to make a trade in your division right now.
No.
I'm being serious.
No. That's not what I meant. I meant there's an edge rusher or two that can be acquired if you need an edge rusher. Okay. There are still corners that can be acquired if you need a corner. Do you know of a quality middle linebacker that can be acquired in mid-August? I mean, I don't know of anybody sitting home. And I don't know of anybody who's disgruntled on another team either. Listen, you tell me right now, okay, Bill's going to win the East? I mean, that could be our poll question.
I didn't think so before the day. I mean, I didn't think so all week. I'm not picking the Bills to win the division. This cemented it for me, David. Literally cemented it. I don't know how you can trust the Bills, who I don't think are as good as they were a year ago, and lose the anchor of their defense.
So, big opportunity once again, we'll say it, Jets, Dolphins, who end the season playing each other in Jersey. I mean, are you willing to say right now that's for the AFC East? Dolphins at Jets, early January. Winner wins the East.
Very well could be. I haven't dove into the schedules enough. I'm leaning Jets in this division. I am.
Look,
and I don't know if that game will matter.
Well, speaking of Jets, all right, let's talk Mike Greenberg for a second. So, did you see who got fired at ESPN yesterday?
I did. I was a little surprised.
I was too. Hadn't heard anything.
And RG3 both let go by ESPN yesterday.
Yep. Sam Ponder had at least a year left on her contract. RG3 had 2.
I thought RG3 as a color analyst did a good job. I know they've kind of moved him around, but I had no problem with college football games with RG3 doing color. I thought he was fun. I was very surprised by that move.
He was on what they consider their number 3 team. He got passed over for the number 2 team. McElroy got that job with Sean McDonough. And RG3 was doing the number 3 game, if you will, because obviously Chris and Kirk are their A team. And he was just taken off of Monday night countdown or what have you for Kelsey. But he had 2 years left on his contract. And they said they made the move for both for budgetary reasons. Now, they were both making 7 figures, is my understanding. But, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're under contract, you get paid, right?
Right. And the reason it's budgetary is, from what I read, David, they could, just from a financial standpoint, their fiscal year is coming to an end here quickly, and they could bury it into this year's books. And going forward, it's not on the books. Is the way I read it, David, for those that care.
So, and along with the news that kind of leaked out yesterday that they're getting rid of Around the Horn. And so, Disney, I guess, is making, this is their story anyway. They're making budgetary cuts. Okay. But so now, I mean, we're As I like to say, we're an hour and a half away from the season starting. So who's going to replace Sam Ponder? And apparently the leader in the clubhouse is Mike Greenberg. Now, here's why I think that is. If you remember, Greeny was their NBA guy. And that didn't work out so well. And they replaced him. Now, first, I think they replaced him with like Rachel Nichols and what have you, but now I think we're on to somebody else. But he got paid as if he was the face of one of their marquee shows, NBA Countdown, if you will. Well, he's still making that money. And all he's doing is his 2-hour TV show and his 2-hour radio show. And he's making like
when he does the radio show.
Right. Well, 30 weeks a year, right? So he does 150 shows. So we do about 250. There's no angst here. There's just none whatsoever. So
Text sponsor to 21,000.
Hello. So if you're ESPN, you're like, we're paying this guy $8 million still. Why don't we put him to work? And in Greeny's case, Greeny's like, listen, about 1.5 million people watch that whole NFL Countdown show. So, and that's just because I'll be doing that on a Sunday. I mean, Mark, that's more radio shows he gets to miss. I mean, he'll use that to do less radio shows. He'll do that to do less Get Up. So supposedly the leader in the clubhouse is Mike Greenberg to replace Sam Ponder. We'll see. Miller and Moulton. Make sure you sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit, millerandmoulton.com. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off. This is Miller and Moulton.
It's funny, guys. You know, we've been lucky enough to do a lot of interviews over the year. Greeny, while he plays the diva personality, Greeny to us in person was unbelievably nice, unbelievably welcoming, unbelievably gracious. Golick, on the other hand, was the total opposite. Had no time for us, thought it was beneath him to be doing interviews. That's
When
we've
we
not
got
had
him.
either of them on.
Right. When we got Golick on the air, he turned it on. Golick on the air, Golick was terrific. But getting him on the air, yes, it was beyond pulling teeth. Greeny, on the other hand, Greeny was always a yes.
And that's why, I mean, David now has a relationship with Joe Buck, but when we first had Joe Buck on the air, Joe was the same way. Joe was like, wow, this is pretty cool. We're at the Shark Shootout. Joe was just hanging out, and I'm like, I'll be damned. He's one of the guys. Mike Lupica was another one going way back. Couldn't have been cooler.
Nope.
Of people you thought that wouldn't be, that
Right.
that might have an attitude, if you know what I mean. But let's you want to put this poll question up, get into that here?
Yeah. And then I got something for 7:38.
Even better. My favorite thing about Gary, and you know this, it's when Gary used to come into the studio, we were all in there. And Gary and David are friends. Gary and David are good friends. I consider Gary a good relationship. We don't hang out. We don't do things together socially. But if I needed something and was desperate, I think Gary would be there for me. He's that type of a guy. But because we're both from Michigan, when he would get angry with David, he would just look at me and, Mark, you know what I mean, right? Like, you get it, right?
I remember one time he did that, and we're on the air, and Mark looks right at him and goes, "You're gonna have to fire him again, aren't you?" He goes, "Yes." This is a true story. Gary jokingly fired me while I was doing golf with Joe. He was watching the tournament we were doing. He's texting me. I'm texting back, and all of a sudden, I start laughing. Now, not out loud, but I'm standing next to Joe, and I'm laughing. And Joe finally goes like this. And so I write on a card, I go, "Gary just fired me." And the conversation about what I do for Gary actually got Joe thinking about, should I do that for Troy? So I always tell Gary, I go, "You got me another job."
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan, a little over an hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hey, we were really good this week. We're not going to end this, and by really good, I just mean about poll questions. I mean, the other stuff, we're mediocre, above average. But we can't end the week badly. Do we have a poll question?
It's up, David. In fact, there were discussions. We had 3 different poll questions that I've got to actually write down the other 2 because we're going to need them in the coming days.
Gotcha.
One of them we can use next week.
And we will. I remember that one. All
I
right.
hope so. It was yours.
So you went with the Dak Prescott one?
I did, because I don't think after today it's a question we would ever be able to use again. And while it's about Dak Prescott, it's about any player that hits his position. Dak was talking to the media yesterday and said negotiations are moving along, or
Good things are happening.
good
Unquote.
things are happening.
Right.
If you were Dak at this point, would you even allow good things to happen? Would you negotiate? Would you keep negotiating with the Cowboys, or play the season out and hit free agency? It's as simple as that.
They cannot tag him, by the way, because of, he got it in his contract, because Dak not only signed his 4-year deal, they've come to him and he's reworked his contract to help them cap wise. And during the last 3+ years, Dak now has it in his contract. He cannot be tagged. So he literally can walk from the Cowboys. Dak's 31, by the way. I think his birthday's in February. So Dak will be a 32-year-old quarterback next year. That's certainly not old. But just, he's no longer the kid who, only a few years ago was at Mississippi State. I mean, think about it. 2016 was his first year. This is his 9th year in the league, Dak Prescott.
So what would you do? Would you keep negotiating with the Cowboys, or would you play the season out and hit free agency? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X the minute both of us repost it.
Now, I'm curious. I mean, you would sign the deal, right? I mean, you're all into take the guaranteed money. You're Mr. Say yes to the contract guy.
More times than not, I am.
Most of the time.
I don't know if I'm, and I get it's the Cowboys and I understand that, and I'm not necessarily a Cowboy fan, so I don't have that resonating with me. Is that, oh boy, but I get what comes with being a Dallas Cowboy and what comes with being a Dallas Cowboy quarterback. But man, oh man, I don't know if I want to play football for this guy anymore, because I don't know if he does what's necessary to allow me to win. He'd rather have chaos than cohesion. And that is a bad method to try to win in the National Football League.
Okay. And listen, these are your feelings. You're entitled to them, and I'm talking to you now as if you're Dak. But let's talk about this. Do you think you're going to get more from somebody else? A very serious question. Out on the open, you do. You think as a free agent quarterback, somebody's first digit on an annual salary is going to be a 6?
Yes.
Wow. Just curious.
I think they may line up.
Really? Where?
Vegas? New Orleans?
Don't know if they have the money. I mean, they've kicked the can so far down the road. I don't know how they feel the team, but okay.
Seattle's going to be in a position where they're going to need a quarterback next year.
Very interesting. Okay.
Pittsburgh may need a quarterback next year. Both of these guys are on deals that they can get out of. Russ is on a league minimum deal, and Fields, we don't know if that's the answer.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't want to offer up a certain player in the Brandon Ayuk deal because they're worried about being able to sign Hayward next year. I mean, you sure they can pay the money for Dak? But okay, so you're telling me right now, going forward, 2025 and beyond, you would rather be in Vegas, New Orleans, Seattle, or Pittsburgh than Dallas to win? Because the reason that you're going to free agency, you just said, is I don't know if I can win a Super Bowl here.
And Dak may just want to get paid.
Well, I mean, he did the first time, and he has said publicly he wants that the second time. Dak's a businessman. Dak played as that 4th round draft pick, first 4 years salary. Okay, Dak's getting paid. But better going for seriously, the second half of this decade, better place to be to win. To win. Vegas, Seattle, Pittsburgh, New Orleans, or Dallas.
I think it might be Pittsburgh than Dallas.
Okay.
I think Dallas is at the top of their mountain, if you so to speak, David. I think Dallas is on diminishing returns going forward for the next couple of years. They've got issues. They're getting old.
Mm-hmm.
They've got 3 contracts they've got to get done. Who knows if they're going to get them done?
How about the Jets, by the way? Because, now he's not talking as if this is his final year. But what if it turns out to be Aaron Rodgers' final year? Now, if it's Aaron Rodgers' final year, hopefully it'll be successful because then the GM and the coach will remain. Otherwise, the Jets will have an entirely new regime. And I don't know if that's even more appealing to you, to be honest. Not a bad roster. Couple of holes could be fixed. Cowboys or Jets the rest of this decade?
Jets.
Interesting. Longest playoff drought in the league.
I understand that.
Okay.
Who would you I'll throw the question you asked me right back at you? Cowboys or Jets the rest of this decade?
Ooh, to win. To win.
Right.
I think
that
I'd
is
choose
the question.
I think I'd choose the Cowboys. The Jets' track record is not good. Very few people have signed with the Jets, quote, to win, unquote. All right, they just don't do a lot of it.
By the way, the other team that's out there, if you're thinking, you said the Jets. What about the Giants?
Very interesting. Very interesting. And I think they'll have the room because Daniel Jones's contract is not guaranteed basically after this year. I think there's like 10 million of it that's guaranteed. So they can move off of DJ after this year. And I don't know why I just called him DJ.
I thank you for correcting yourself there.
Just don't know.
He doesn't deserve DJ.
I was going to say the last guy in New York that a few people called DJ was Jeter. So I should be slapped right now. I don't know if that's because I'm in Jersey that I called him DJ. I don't know. Am I trying to blend in? I don't know.
Speaking of which, did you make it to White Castle yet?
No. Okay. All right. I had 2 ways I could get home from the airport. The White Castle route was the far more crowded, was going to take 20 minutes longer route. So I went and drove and went in a different way and took an interstate and got home that way. So
you're taking the family today for White Castle?
Well, I
get that granddaughter her first White Castle burger.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. I have to go to the airport to pick them up. It's on the way to the airport. So I think I'm going to have some sliders before 11 a.m.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Good for you, David.
Thank you. I've already had Chinese. I'll have some sliders. I will have been in town about 18 hours, checked off 2 things on the list.
Get some pizza. You're good to go.
Got 3 days. I like my chances. Get some bagels. Life will be good.
So if you were Dak Prescott, would you keep negotiating with the Cowboys or play the season out and hit free agency? That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sonny, I don't know if it's a curse of Cooch. I think it might be more he's still reeling from blowing a 4-shot lead with 5 to play.
Good morning, Andrew. Now get in the kitchen and cook something. I'm just messing. I really thank you for your service, sir.
Is it still going to be in the 90s? EB and Andrew in New Hampshire today? It's only supposed to be like mid-80s in Jersey. It's TJ. TJ, Bob, and Jake at Floor Meisters. Morning. Yeah, I'll start eating soon. No, I was going to grab it. I'll do cold. Huh. Right. But Uncle Bob says hi. They're going to be in Jacksonville next week. Oh, that's funny. They going to see the coach? Yeah. He's still struggling with his recovery, so I think they go as much to support the wife. I do love you have your ASUN shirt on. Yeah. And excuse me, you're not going to see the bird. No, because the sun, the light shining off is a bit of a distraction, and then the sunlight coming in for the last hour and a half. So no, I asked, I said, and they said it's actually, even though they think they're ugly, they said it's better. I don't know what to tell you. They think they're ugly. No.
I don't.
I-
I'm fine with the curtains. I have
Right,
not referred to them as ugly.
Mark, by the way, he would have been fine with it. Just he's saying that right now. Just so you know.
I would make some meatloaf.
You got to be able to take criticism, Mom. It comes with the territory. I know you've always been so good at it. Ah. Ryan says he loves the curtains. Fam Forever says, I don't think they're ugly, Mom.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
1 hour from now, Pat Kirwan to join the show to talk all things NFL. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miller_Moulton on X is where you go, along with that Mark Miller and the David Moulton, for our poll question, which is, hey, if you're Dak at this point, apparently now negotiations have taken a turn for the good with the Cowboys. Do you do it? Do you re-sign in Dallas? Or, hey, man, you'll be an unrestricted 32-year-old quarterback in free agency next year. Should you go that route instead? So that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. And once again, a reminder, the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit's Tuesday night. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. Dr. Roto, he'll hand out his cheat sheets. At least an hour and a half. You get to pummel away and ask any and all questions. He answers them. So 7 o'clock Tuesday night, go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. It'll be at Shoeless Joe's in the Doubletree Bell Tower shops.
What are you waiting for?
So, we just ended an era, not an error, but an era in college football. It was the 14 playoff era. We had the old bowl structure. Then we did 15, 16 seasons of the BCS. And then we just did 10 years, I think it was, of the 14 playoff. Name the school who won the most games. We're talking Power 5, which is now Power 4. But name and by the way, a school which is now in a power conference that maybe wasn't when it started counts. That could be a hint to someone who's pretty highly ranked. But name the school who has won the most games during the last 10 years without a playoff appearance.
Oh, without a playoff appearance.
Not even one. And, now this memory bank here, before last year, Washington had made one. We know Cincinnati has made one. So 10 years, never appeared in the playoffs. Okay. The school with the most wins. By the way,
question.
90 wins this school has had over the last 10 years. 90.
Based on your little clue there, is it UCF?
UCF is 6th at 80. But I just wanted everybody thinking, teams schools that, were they in the Power 5 when this 10-year period started? Because if any point in time they got in the Power 5, which is now Power 4, all right, then
it's going to be
count.
Power 3.
Yeah, so, give it till the end of the decade. we've got guesses, like, I mean, why are people saying Oklahoma? Oklahoma made it a few times.
But Penn State hasn't.
No, they haven't. And they're third. They're third with 88 wins.
So there's a team with 89 and a team with 90?
Correct.
Wow.
Now, there are others that are guessing in our Twitch chat room. I'm going to let you, Mark, guess. So for the record, you've mentioned two schools. UCF 6th with 80. Penn State 3rd with 88. And by the way, Penn State tied for 3rd. And just for argument's sake, I'll tell you who they're tied with. Iowa. Remember,
Which throws out the rest of the Big Ten for me.
Which would be a mistake.
Oh. Wisconsin?
There you go. The Badgers have the most wins during the 4-team playoff era of all the Power 5, now Power 4, schools to have not made a single playoff appearance. Now, let me ask you this. Would you be okay going forward, if you're a Wisconsin fan, of averaging for the next 10 years 9 wins a year?
Yes.
Even if I say...
Sign me up. Sign me up, because I think I'm going to get into if I average that, there's no way you're going to tell me I'm not going to make the playoff a couple of times.
Well, I agree with that. So Wisconsin at 90 is number 1. Penn State and Iowa tied for 3rd at 88. UCF 6th at 80. So you have to guess who number 2 is with 89 and who number 5 is with 86.
Well, I think Utah's a really solid guess.
Number 5 with 86.
USC's made a playoff, right?
USC has not made a playoff.
And that's my guess.
They are number 7 at 79.
Son of a...
By the way, those that are guessing in our Twitch chat room, Boise State, not a Power 5 school. Sorry.
Oh, boy. Well, wait a minute. The Knowles have made a playoff. So, the Canes haven't. I don't think they've won enough.
No, Miami pretty far down the list. They've won 73 games. By the way, this is the company that Miami has kept over the last 10 years. Minnesota, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Auburn. And Auburn's had a couple of really good teams, but boy, Auburn's either really good or really mediocre. So anyway, doing quick math here as to where Miami is. Miami is tied for 14th.
I'm sure this is obvious, and I have no clue. So I'm going to defer to you telling me, because
I'll give you one more hint. Number 2 school is in the Big 12.
Well, it's funny. Oklahoma State's been the team that's in my head.
There you go. 89 wins for Oklahoma State over the last 10 years. Second most number of wins of a Power 5, now Power 4, school to never appear in the playoffs. So Wisconsin 1, Oklahoma State 2, Penn State, Iowa tied for 3rd. So think about that. You're Tony Petitti now in the Big Ten. You think about that. Wow, we've just gone from, 4 bids. My league, one time got 2, but for the most part, I've been a 1-bid league. And now, how many bids am I thinking I'm going to get at 12? Never mind, how many am I going to get at 14? And 3 of the top 4 schools, Mark, are Big Ten schools who have been left out. I mean, never mind who I've added in Oregon and Washington and USC. And, I mean, if you're Tony Petitti, aren't you looking around going, I don't know if these schools can keep on keeping on, but if they do, our conference is going to be loaded.
And we should be getting 4 every year for the next couple. And when it goes 14, it's a question of whether or not can we sneak a 5th in.
So just quickly, Wisconsin, Oklahoma State, tie at 3rd, Penn State, Iowa. Utah 5th at 86 wins. UCF 6th with 80. Because remember, during this time, they've had an undefeated season and a winless season. USC 7th. NC State and BYU tied for 8th with 78 wins. Texas A&M rounding out, what would it be? Number 10 at 77? And then a 3-way tie at 11. The Gators are tied with Houston and Kansas State. 2 programs that I don't think the Gators want to be associated with. But that's how the last 10 years have gone for the Gators. 76 wins. No playoff appearances.
Where were the Canes?
Well, quick math here. 6, 9,
No, just number of wins.
73. So 3 behind the Gators.
That's all I'm trying to get the
Right.
perspective of those 2 programs.
Right. Canes tied for 14th. I think I said tied for 13th earlier. My math was off. So the Gators tied for 11th, a 3-way tie, and the Canes in a 5-way tie for 14th. But the Gators tied with Houston and K-State. That lets you know how the last 10 years have gone, right? And the Canes tied with Minnesota, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Auburn. 3 SEC schools and a Big Ten school. And yes, it's right there on paper. NC State with 5 more wins over the last 10 years than Miami.
I wonder how salty the Wolfpack's going to be this year. I don't think they're good enough to win the conference or anything like that, but they're salty enough to beat teams. I'm getting fired up for the college football season. I'm fired up for the playoff. I'm fired up for 12 teams. I'm fired up for the discussions we're going to have in November. The fact that it's more like the NFL makes me more excited. I know it bothers a lot of you that the college game has changed so much. To me, we've wanted a playoff for a long time. 4 wasn't enough. I don't necessarily think, I think 12 maybe too many, but I'm fine with it. I'm fine with what we have going forward, and I'm very much looking forward to this season.
I think 14 is definitely too many. For what it's worth, 14 doesn't feel definitely too many to me in the NFL. All right. I know it is, but it just doesn't feel like it. 14 does feel too many for me in college for this reason, Mark. The SEC and or the Big Ten can be getting 5 schools in. I know the conferences now are huge. One's an 18-team league, the other 16. But, I mean, 5 playoff teams? Really? Your 5th place team is going to make the playoff? And, see, I don't think of football like I do the NCAA basketball tournament. Obviously, none of us have a problem with a power conference having their 5th place team in the NCAA basketball tournament, but I don't want the football tournament to feel anything like the basketball tournament.
Will your mindset change at all, David, when that 5th team in the conference or whatever team it is, then the next week they win their first game, they get in, they win their first game or whatever the case may be and beats the number 1 team?
I do think, Mark, that's what has to happen for me to be okay once we go to 14 is we need to have a little, and I don't know if the 5th place school, because, I mean, Mark, the 5th place school in the Big Ten could be USC. I mean, will it really feel like a Cinderella if USC?
Not a Cinderella. It'll feel like the NFL, David. It won't feel like a Cinderella. It will feel like the NFL when a number 1 seed gets beat by a team who has a great game plan. The number 1 team may choke a little bit, throw some picks, and all of a sudden they're beat. I don't think it'll ever feel like FGCU beating Georgetown.
Right.
It's never going to have that feel to it. And
No.
don't expect it. It's going to have the feel that we have on Sunday, David. That's what I think, at least.
This is
And
a hypothetical.
you've watched me convert from Saturday to Sunday being my favorite football. I think that this playoff is rejuvenating my love of Saturdays.
I'm okay with 12 because I think that limits the big boys. I think it'll be very difficult at 12 to have one, either the Big Ten or the SEC get 5 and the other only get 3. I think that'll be, I mean, it could happen. I mean, in theory, we're only reserving one for the group of 5, one for the ACC, one for the Big 12. They're not guaranteed any more than that. If Notre Dame has a bad year, I mean, even with 12, we could technically have 5 and 4. But I think most of us don't think that in the next 2 years, one of those two conferences will get 5.
But you drew up the scenario where it happens. Notre Dame with an off year.
Right, which shouldn't be this year.
No.
It'll be, in fact, he'll be in trouble if he doesn't make the playoff this year.
100%. That's why that A&M game looms large for the Fighting Irish to start the season.
Yes, it's difficult to imagine they miss the playoff if they go to College Station and win. So anybody on the list surprise you?
Not surprise me. I mean, Wisconsin leading it surprises me. But they've played really good football. They've gotten to Big Ten championship games where they've gotten destroyed, and with only 4 teams, there was never a chance to get in.
Right. So there you go. Just a little perspective. You know, we're ending the era. The era lasts one more week, 8 days till Florida State, Georgia Tech. So just wanted to put, an exclamation point, if you will. Wanted to end the era with some perspective as we begin this new era, which we hope is not an error. See what I did there?
Very impressive.
Don't know that it is, but that's all we have. Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000
You
now.
have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I like it. You're almost on camera.
Oh, I can see an arm.
Okay.
I can see an arm. I can see an arm.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a
Yep.
watch. I saw
An arm. An arm.
a
A
left
watch
arm.
and an arm. Right. All right.
Come on, sit down, do a segment.
Ryan, I don't know. I just had the list of teams that didn't make it. No way, Smoke Dog. They got way too much money invested in him. Okay. Now, I do think if he doesn't get 8 wins this year, his job will be on the line at 25. My buddy Bob thinks the poll question should be the curtain should be a poll question.
Well, it's only if you're taking it in that
I
way.
know.
They're not the worst curtains you've been in front of, David.
No, that would says something.
And I don't think it's close.
I've stayed in some nice hotels with some awful curtains.
Awful curtains. For the life of me, I don't understand why it's 8:01 every day, or 01 every day for the top of the hour, and today it's at 8.
Right.
So I had to put a commercial in, turn the volume all the way down, let that run for a minute, and then pot it back up. It's just shouldn't have to do that, but it is what it is.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton, text sponsor now. Order that Mark Miller or David Moulton on that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We're at the midway point of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Pat Kirwan to join us in a little more than 30 minutes here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We have been telling you now for 3-4 weeks that, hey, with the changes to the show, that the text line remains 21,000, but you have to enter in a new keyword. The old keyword will not work. The old keyword actually goes to the company we used to be affiliated with, and they're in Michigan, and they're on the air doing shows in Michigan. And the funny thing is, for some of you who haven't put in a new keyword, your texts are going to them.
Good news is they let us know.
Right. So apparently Mike in Bonita wants credit for being the first one to say Oklahoma State.
You're lucky that Trent's paying attention in Michigan, or we'd have no clue.
Right. Mike, unfortunately, you need to enter in a new keyword with 21,000. Miller. Miller's the keyword. Just do it once, then we'll get your text at 21,000. It's as simple as that. Thank you for listening to Miller and Moulton.
This is that test my daughter just passed where they hand it out and it says, read the entire test. And the last question is put your pencil down and don't do anything. They're jumping the gun. They're answering all the questions without reading the final part of this, which is you need to text Miller to 21,000 if you have not done so before.
So, but, and if you're just joining us, we just did a segment in which we went through, because we're ending the 4-team playoff era in college football. And so who are the teams that had the most success without ever making the playoffs once? And first off, there's a few schools on the list. The Gators are on the list. The Canes are on the list. Penn State's on the list. That's like, if you're those schools, you're like, wow, man, we couldn't even make it once. Let me ask you this, Mark. All right. How many years? I'll go from top to bottom quickly. How many years as a Wisconsin fan, who had the most wins, by the way, of all the Power 5 schools who didn't make the playoff once in the last 10 years? How many years are you willing to wait as a Wisconsin fan to make the playoffs before you say, get this Luke Fickell guy out of here?
Wow. Wisconsin doesn't act that way.
I know. But we're in a new era in which teams and schools who didn't act that way are now acting that way. Quite frankly, getting rid of Paul Chryst was a surprise to many of us. It was very un-Wisconsin-like.
Wisconsin fan, if I told you didn't make the playoff the rest of the decade, would you be able to handle that?
I don't think they would.
If they made it once the rest of the decade, would they be able to handle that, or is that not enough?
No, I think they could.
They just need a taste, if you know what I mean.
Yep. I think they'd also go, it's a tough conference. 4 bids, 5 bids, potentially when it goes to 14, but still, it's a tough conference to finish in the top 5. Because it's not the conference we've just been in. It's now added Oregon and USC, and it's
and it's not the West, where we basically had the right to go to the conference title game seemingly every other year.
Penn State. I mean, I'll be honest, and I know it's a big buyout. Don't you think he's got to make the playoff this year?
Yes, David, 100%.
Penn State, by the way, tied for 3rd most wins over the last 10 years, never to have appeared in the playoff.
Michigan should take a step back this year. USC's not on their game. Penn State's schedule, they have Ohio State and Oregon, but there's no Michigan on their schedule. Penn State, to me, better make the playoff this year.
Okay. I'm so glad you just mentioned a school that's prominent on the list. 7th most wins over the last 10 years. Never to have made the playoff. How many years does Lincoln Riley have at USC?
3.
So you think these next 2 years, when it's 12, their first 2 years in the Big Ten, you think Lincoln Riley sees year 5 if he doesn't make the playoff in either his 3rd or 4th year on the job?
I think he could see year 5, yes.
But then that would be it's a 14-team
make it or bust.
Yeah, make it or bust. Okay, so you're giving Lincoln Riley gritted teeth. You're giving him 3 years. We're giving Franklin this year at Penn State.
This year.
Okay.
And I don't know if Penn State will fire him, but boy, the seat will get extremely hot if they don't qualify for the postseason this year.
How long do you think the new Texas A&M coach has? They had the 10th most wins of the last 10 years to never make the playoff. How long do you think he has that he's got to make the playoff or they go, dude, we got to move on?
4 years, maybe 5 if he beats Texas this year. I know you're laughing, but I'm not joking when I say that.
So you're saying, remember when Charlie Weiss had the close loss to USC? He was like 6 games into his Notre Dame tenure. He loses a heartbreaker on the Bush, push to USC, and they tore up his contract and gave him an extension. You're basically saying you think this new A&M coach can tear up his contract and get an extension if he beats Texas.
It's damn close.
I don't think you're wrong, by the way, at all.
There are the rivalries are not the same. I know it. I get it. But this one, because it hasn't been played, I put it this way, David. There are so many great college football games this year. I mean, there's so many games that I would love to be able to go to. Texas at Texas A&M might be, it's on the Mount Rushmore games I'd want to see this year.
I think Texas A&M, though, is going to be borderline unhealthy.
That's why it's high on my list.
But just, would you want to be at that? There's usually not fighting at a college football game. There is.
I'm not rooting for either team, so I'm not in the fight. I just step back and let them battle it out.
Okay. But you know the vibe that I'm talking about.
Oh, it will be toxic, David.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It will be very NFL-esque.
I'm with you. I'd love to be at that game.
Oh, man.
And I think we're going to be at like Notre Dame USC that week, and I'd still like to be at that game.
I mean, Alabama's hosting Georgia. I mean, you have the Michigan-Texas game. There are so many great games this year. Georgia-Clemson at the beginning of the year. Give me A&M at Texas as far as a game that I would love to go to.
Well,
or
I believe
Texas at A&M. I said that incorrectly. I apologize. It's in College Station.
Let's just say Napier gets through this year.
Say Phil Steele was right.
Yeah.
Who has them maybe winning 8 games.
Let me tell you, Billy Napier wins 8 games. He's getting a contract extension. But let's just say he gets through this year. The Gators were tied for 11th most wins of the last 10 years for a program that didn't make the playoff. They had 76 wins, which, think about that. Florida's averaging 7.5 wins a year for a 10-year period of time in football. Yikes. So how many years Napier gets past this year? How many years does Billy have after this year to make the playoff?
2.
So the first year that it's the 14-team playoff, 2 at 12 and 1 at 14, which would give him, 5 years on the job then?
Yes.
Right? Because this is year 3 for Billy?
Yes.
Okay. Along those lines, Mario, beginning year 3 in Miami.
I think he gets 5 years as well. But, there's a pretty good chance they go to the playoff this year.
Look at you. Look at you. Look
They're going to be playing. They will play for an opportunity to go to the playoff this year.
So you think then they're 7-0 when they host Florida State?
Yep. Well, even 6-1, if they can lose to Florida, it doesn't affect them going to the ACC championship game.
I understand.
What I said was they will play for a chance to play in the playoff this year. That means making the ACC championship. The Florida game in that context is irrelevant.
I understand. I do. although it will hurt them probably, if because now you're assuming that Miami maybe gets in even if they don't win the ACC title. And to me, they have to get in.
No, I'm not assuming that. That's not at all what I'm saying. I am saying they will play for a chance to get in the playoff. Miami's, because of their schedule, David, I think it's ACC championship or bust.
So right now, you're putting Miami in the ACC title game.
Yep.
For just the second time. Can you believe that, by the way?
I know.
2024, Miami's trying to reach the ACC title game for the second time. So, and just remember, okay, money's for everybody's like, oh, it's got to be this year or we're going to fire this guy. Guys, these contracts are huge. All right. I know there's all this money, but schools are really tired of paying off these coaches. Just, keep that in mind. How about Sharon Moore, by the way, at Michigan?
He's got 4.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't.
You think he's only got 3 years there?
I think he has to make the playoff once in his first 3 years. Yes, I do. They just made the playoffs when it was 3 years in a row, won 3 straight Big Ten titles and a natty. No, I think he's got 3. He's got to make the playoffs once in his first 3 years.
You might be right. I think he will.
Because I think there's a good chance that the Big Ten and the SEC are getting 5 teams in come when we go 14.
It's a great point.
And if in 2026, 5 Big Ten teams go and one of them's not Michigan, then I don't think he survives that.
That's a valid point. And you're right, with the 14 teams, they just have such a tough schedule this year. It's hard for me to think beyond this year for Michigan.
Yep. Do bring a lot back on defense, but the offense will be very new. And, we'll see. They have a tough schedule, too. They got Texas. They got USC. All right.
Oregon.
They got Oregon. They got Ohio State. Last time I checked, that's pretty hard. Pat Kirwan in 25 minutes on Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now get back to talking Tigers, Trent.
All right. Yes. Hey, just swept the Mariners. 4 games below 500.
Baez is hitting 188.
God, can you
They
imagine?
destroyed the Mariners' season with that sweep.
Oh, my goodness. And especially that one last night or yesterday
They
afternoon.
had 2 of those that came from behind and won, too.
No.
The first game of the series, I think they did the same thing.
I mean, if the Mariners had won yesterday, they're only 2 back. Now they're 3 in the loss column. Jeez. Mrs. M? No, she did not. Her arm did.
The left arm made
She
an
was
appearance.
fixing the curtains. Okay. So,
Although she's being very motherly. She's like peeling fruit or doing something for her son. I don't know what the hell was going on.
I know she peeled the hard-boiled eggs for me.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, they're not getting readjusted.
It's the weirdest thing. Now that the computer screen's about 4 feet away, it's better without my glass. I can't read the text screen without my glasses, but I need it for the text line. I need it for what I'm doing here. So I really think I need like the bifocal cheaters where it's just the bottom of the glass, if you know what I mean.
Right. I have them and refuse to wear them. I don't like them. My eyes do not like the 2 different lenses.
So would you just hang them low?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to though. They said the eyes are really supposed to get used to. You're supposed to learn to kind of like look up or look down. And I don't know. It's not working for me. These are my old glasses. I keep going back to them. The Norm Macdonald joke of the day. I just.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan to join us coming up in about 15 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. That's where you need to go to sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit Tuesday night, the 20th. We'll sing happy birthday to my mom, and then the Fantasy Football Summit will get underway at Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers, Doubletree, Bell Tower Shops. That's why I'm in Jersey this weekend. Going to celebrate, birthday a little early and fly back, make sure I'm at the summit.
Obviously, there's no surprise involved of your trip to your mom's because you're there, and
Right.
I've heard her during the show.
Mm-hmm.
But was she all in for you making plans for her 80th? You know, my mom was reluctant to do anything big. We just took her out to a nice dinner. Doing the same with my mother-in-law, I believe. And my mother-in-law was adamant, no surprise parties, because I think that my brother and sister-in-law were at first planning on doing a party.
Right.
And my mother-in-law is like, yeah, no, that's not
Yeah.
me. I don't want a party. I don't want any of that.
Yeah, I have to admit, do they get the final say on this? I mean, isn't us celebrating their birthday? I know it's their birthday, but don't we get to, decide, if we want to throw you a party?
It's a great question, David. And I think it all revolves around the birthday person. And I'll tell you why. My birthday's coming up in a week. And my mom has already decided what we're doing for my birthday.
Well, she's got
Has
veto
nothing
power.
to do with what I want to do for my birthday.
But she's your mother.
She picked the restaurant.
Mhm.
I like the restaurant. It's not where I would, if I had one restaurant to go to, it wouldn't be the one that I would pick. It would make my Mount Rushmore in Southwest Florida, but
Gotcha.
it wouldn't be my top pick.
Gotcha.
I simply want to play golf on my birthday. Want to finish my round of golf. I want to go up to the club. I want to have a few beers with the boys and not have to worry about getting my daughter. Someone else pick her up on that day. I would
Right.
like the afternoon to be about me. And
Okay.
from the looks of things, I'll be picking up my daughter. I won't be playing golf, and I'll be going out to dinner somewhere I don't really want to go.
Well, that's
So,
not
and
ideal.
That's not what I want for my birthday. So
Isn't
I
your-
believe your mother should get whatever she wants for her birthday. If that's a steak cooked 2 seconds on one side, 8 on the other, then that's fine.
That's about
Get
it.
her a damn steak.
Right. Just never forget when she looked at the guy and said, I want it in the middle to be still talking to me. Can you make that happen? That's how she likes her steak. Your birthday's on a Friday, though, right?
Yes.
I mean, how about this? How about if you say to Mom, can't we just do that on Saturday? Give me Friday. How about we celebrate my birthday on Saturday? I'll go to the restaurant of your choosing and what have you. Just, no?
I
Can't just move it a day?
David, it makes perfect sense.
Get your wife on it. If your wife called your mom and said, listen, okay, how about we just push it back a day?
I don't know. So you've not really dealt, and I've never really dealt with your mom. She scares me a little bit.
Right. Well, for the longest time, she scared me. So
And I think she still scares you a little bit.
no.
much.
It was a childhood thing. She had to. There was no dad around.
No, I
Okay,
got
she
you.
said,
Because
I
of
had to
that
be.
and stories.
Yeah, I had to be two parents. Yeah. No, it was a benevolent dictatorship, though. It was very benevolent, but it was a dictatorship. Absolutely.
But my mom doesn't scare me. But when she has her mind made up, I've learned there's not a whole hell of a lot I can do about it.
I don't know though. This is a big birthday. This is a double nickel, right?
Sammy Hagar, baby.
So how about if you just say, listen, Mom, I love you. I'm not showing up on Friday. I will do anything you want on Saturday. Just
Isn't there a
lay it
football
out.
game on Saturday?
Well, yeah, but I mean, really? Hey, it's your choice. Florida State, Georgia Tech, outrank playing golf, having beers with the boys on Friday.
Well, no, I'd really like, I'm going to be selfish here. This is where the only child comes in. It's my birthday. It's on a Friday. Very rarely do you get the weekend to celebrate your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like the weekend to be mine.
Wow, you're asking for more than a day.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am.
Wow. So you want a birthday weekend?
I want a celebration.
So you do know now I have Cool in the Gang going on in my head, right? All right, that's great. All day now. All day. I'm going to be a celebration. Come on.
I could change that easy and just play the starting 5 music again, and you could dance around. I can take that music out of your head in a hurry.
Well, you can play a little Greg Kinn in honor of his passing yesterday. You get those songs in my head too. But
I can't do Greg Kent. All I think of is Weird Al instead of the Jeopardy song that I lost on Jeopardy. When you sent me that yesterday, it was the first thing I thought of.
Besides, we can't do it. We'll get bumped off YouTube and all that. So
Right.
I know. But all right. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Thank you. Got a couple of texts, by the way, David, that if people have been texting 21,000, Miller to 21,000 and opting in to the new text line. But I do love the one person who followed up their opt-in with, so you mean to tell me that my text content of gold has been going to Michigan?
Yep.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it has.
Yep. For 3.
You want to know why I haven't responded to you? Because I haven't seen a damn thing you said.
No, 3 weeks of gold.
I will tell everyone I read every single text. We read a lot of them on air. I respond to some. I don't respond to all.
But yep, 3 weeks of gold, sir. 3 weeks of gold has been seen in Michigan. Okay, but not where Mark is in Southwest Florida.
Notre Dame fan texts this question since we've been talking a lot of college football. Do you think Notre Dame fans will stay content with making the playoffs but never winning it, or do they need to win one soon?
88 last time they were number one. They played for it in 2012. And Mark, we were there. You saw how giddy the Notre Dame fan was. It had been 24 years since they had a chance, although they played in the Orange Bowl in the early 90s. They had a bowl game or two in which they thought, we win this, we're going to win the Natty. They thought they had won a share of the Natty when they won their bowl game in 93. All right. They thought against Colorado when Rocket was running down the sidelines with the punt return that if that had counted, okay, they were going to win at least a share of the Natty, if not the Natty. But it had been a good 20 years since Notre Dame had been in a game in which they knew we win the Natty.
And the cards are stacked against Notre Dame. Without being able to get a top 4 seed, it's harder for them than it is for any other team in the country to win a national championship. It just is. You will always have to win one more game.
I think the big question with Notre Dame without a conference schedule is, are they going to be able to get in the playoff even when it goes to 14? Will they be able to get in at 9-3? Or does Notre Dame have to realize, just like in certain sports, like in the NFL, Mark, it's assumed, it's not always the case, but the assumption is if you win 10 games, you will get in the playoff. Maybe a 7 seed, but if you win 10 games, very few teams win double-digit games in the NFL. I mean, the Patriots one year won 11 and didn't get in, but it doesn't happen very often. You win 10 or more games and miss the playoffs. And I'm wondering with Notre Dame, Mark, if not being in the conference that's where it hurts them. Okay, because there can be 3 lost teams once we get to 14 that will make it out of the SEC and the Big Ten.
This year's Notre Dame schedule is not as difficult as some Notre Dame schedules. It's all going to depend on which 9-3, but I think most years in 14, 9-3 would get Notre Dame into the playoff.
And I don't. I think they will look at them and go, now, of course, we all know political reasons and it's a television show, but I don't know, Mark. I think the over-under's 9.5, and they have to go over. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello.
Hey there.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, Pat.
Oh, birthday boy went from a 1-day request to a 3-day request.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it did.
Yeah. God.
I won't get any of it, but you can always request, right?
Yes. That was going to hurt you for asking. So
I actually tried to. I was having fun yesterday. I was listening to you guys, and I had a long drive, and I'm like, I called in, and it started ringing. I'm like, I'll be damned, I'm going to get through, but that doesn't happen. It just rings forever.
Well, I was laughing. You made me think of birthdays. So a guy I coached with, who, when I was a college coach, he was the head coach of. His birthday was 2 days after mine. He'd always send me a birthday card, and I would cross out my name and send it back to him.
My mother and her best friend share the same birthday. When they worked together, they would have a competition of who got the most birthday cards. That was always their thing.
Oh, God. My wife is going to go broke buying birthday cards. You have 9 grandkids and 3 of your own. There's 12, and then there's like 50. I said, Jen, there's only 12 months in a year. You buy 17 birthday cards a year just for family. It's like 1.5 a month.
My wife does that too. We have just cards sitting. Okay.
Waiting.
Yep. Waiting and just like, oh, I'm going to send somebody something. Wait, I've got a card. Oh.
Yeah, of course. And my wife, when she comes in from purchasing these cards, thinks it's important. I read them. I go, John, I don't give a shit. I don't care about the card. You know, what do you want me to do here? You're going to love this card. Your brother is going to laugh when he gets it. If he laughs, he'll call me and tell me how great it was. If he doesn't call, you were wrong. God help us. Oh, the camp tour's over. Hallelujah.
Happy?
Yeah. So the last night in Denver, I go, God, was we finished? We're driving to the airport and going, I am so ready to get off the road. What do you think? We sat on that plane for an hour and a half while they were trying to fix the engine. Then they take us off the plane, and I got home at 3:15 in the morning instead of 11 at night. I was like, yeah, what the hell? What a way to end it.
I got to tell you, Pat, for the powers that be, if they ask, because I just re-upped my Sirius, and I've been listening to you guys a lot, when I could find you. The training camp tours and the way they did them with times was, as a listener, was tough, because I want to listen to you. I'm not as interested in the other shows that are on that network. They may not care, but I'm trying to find the A-team. And
well, I'm glad you did it. We had thousands of complaints.
I didn't like it at all.
Nope.
I was,
And
as a listener, not as someone in the business, just as a listener and someone who likes your show. Although I got to tell you, the guy that called about Atlanta, the caller made me turn him off yesterday. Your Atlanta caller at about 5 o'clock. I'm like, this guy.
oh no,
when
was
he
drunk.
says, "I'm just going to talk," I'm like, "Are you kidding me? It's not your show, dude."
No, but what did he say after that? I've been sitting home having a few. At least he admitted he was drunk. I've known that guy for 25 years. He's never called in drunk before, but he was bombed. So he named himself 20 years ago Grits. Why? Because he'd come to the Senior Bowl, he'd set up a complete kitchen in the parking lot and cook breakfast for all the coaches. And he knew what he was doing because all the NFL coaches would come by for breakfast. And that's how he got to meet everyone. So, and he put a sign, "My name is Grits," and that's what they called him. So his wife comes one year because it got so big he couldn't do it all by himself. I swear to God, he had everything going. So what do you think he called his wife?
Mrs. Grits?
Kiss my grits.
Here we go, guys.
That's who that guy is.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
And Pat Kirwan, kind enough to join us. See if NFL Radio's moving the chain. CBS's NFL Today show. He gets back working on that in about 3 weeks. Pat joins us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West. They're opening up in Lakewood Ranch. Dozen locations in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. So are you done traveling?
Yes, I am off the road and I enjoyed it, of course, but I'm happy to be done with it. It's the biggest problems are the airlines. I hate to say it, but it seemed like every other night or every other morning was a challenge. But that part's over. I got a lot done. Many of the teams were very good to us as usual. And, I finished up with Denver and Houston and Atlanta. While I was there, Atlanta was recruiting Justin Simmons, which they secured him. And, it was fun.
All right, in the last 24 hours, 48 hours, you've had Atlanta add not only Simmons, but they added Judon, the Bills losing Milano for a lengthy period of time. What did more, if anything, to change your mind of who's going to win a division, Atlanta or Buffalo now not being able to win the division because of what's happened in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, it's a good question. And the Milano injury is going to be a problem. It was a problem last year. It's going to be a big problem again. Atlanta, to me, has a little momentum going. They've got some issues that are good for them, and they recognize that they're closer. And you cited the two signings. Those signings are really representative of how the front office sees the team right now. And they really recognize that Cousins is going to move this thing along for them. I don't think they're done. If I were them, and I think they are looking for a receiver to add to that group. Darnell Mooney is listed as a starter, as is Ray McLeod. Neither one of them were starters, truthfully, that someone wanted to keep, especially Ray. So I think they're looking for a receiver, and there's no stopping them right now. The addition of Judon's going to help a lot, and Justin Simmons is going to make them a big nickel team. You start looking at their safeties when they're going to go out there at Richie Grant and Bates, who's fantastic, and Simmons. They're going to be a problem for people with the three safeties on the field.
Well, okay, just stick with Atlanta for 10 seconds for me. Shouldn't they go get Hunter Renfrow? I mean, I'm surprised he's still out there, or is he a 3 and they need a 2?
That's what you got it hit right on the head, David. They need a 2. And there's going to be a couple of guys that are someone's 4. I'll give you an example. Robert Woods. Robert Woods on this team, instead of Houston, he's sitting in the 4 hole. He's a 2. For this team, he would be a 2 and an upgrade from Mooney and McLeod. So they're fishing around. I knew they were sniffing around Judon, and we talked about on this show how many weeks in a row moved to Judon, and they got a 3rd for him. Now, Judon kind of fits into that Hassan Reddick thing. He's coming without a new contract, but I think he's just going to play, and I think they'll give him a couple extra bucks. But think about Robert Woods. You might disagree with me, but would you take him over Mooney and McLeod?
Well, you got to remember, I worked next to Troy Aikman, who absolutely loves Robert Woods, thinks he's one of the 5 best route runners in the league. So I've been hearing, Robert Woods for the last 5 years. I will say, since he got hurt a couple of years ago in LA, he hasn't been the same guy. But in that offense, I think he'd be just fine.
Yep. So those are the kind of guys I'm just looking at, and hopefully they are. And I still have some conversations with some of the people there. So I think they're looking for that. I think for your listeners, it's kind of fun to look at everyone's depth charts and figure out who the 4th guy is and see if he's going to be available. And that's what I think the team is doing themselves.
What was your take on Denver, and who's going to be the starter week 1, Pat?
Yeah, Denver. I'll tag them the way I tagged Washington. A team in progress. They're working on it. They're more than a year away. Sean was very excited. We talked for a long time about Bo Nix. Got a chance to really watch Bo. I mean, he was doing a lot of work and right in front of me. So he's very athletic. He gets rid of the ball pretty quick. He knows where he's going with it. I think they're going to have a little bit more success, but I like Jaden Daniels too. So 2 veteran head coaches that have really taken on 2 teams, and I think they're going to be work in progress, probably better in the second half of the year than the first half of the year.
Denver won 8 games last year, but they've got rid of a lot of guys. So from a one-loss standpoint, are they a 7-8 win team, or is this going to be take a step back to 4 or 5 wins before we build back up?
Well, I think your first point's the most important one to investigate, because they lost their center, Lloyd Cushenberry. So when you look at their center population, you're looking at Wattenberg, who has 38 plays last year. You're looking at Forsythe, who has a 0 number of plays, and you're looking at Mustafa, who had 200. And I didn't think Mustafa was very good. So the center thing's a problem. But they're also if you just look at the guys that had at least 500 plays that are gone, to your point, Jerry Jeudy, Cushenberry, Russell Wilson, Jonathan Harris, Fabian Moreau, Justin Simmons, and Josie Jewell. And what do you think? I'm with you. I don't think they've replaced all those guys. Say what you want about Jerry Jeudy. Their answer to Jerry Jeudy is Josh Reynolds. I don't think that's the right answer.
I was watching a story on, I think might have been Orlowski on ESPN, was just breaking down the receivers in the NFC North. With Reynolds being gone, you were in Detroit. What do you think of Detroit's receiving core this year, and how much is put on the kid Williams, who's been a train wreck off the field? I mean, I know if he can get it together on the field, that's something. But if I'm Detroit, I'm worried a little bit about my receiving core. Are you?
Well, they have a true number 1,
right,
which not every team has. So we start with that. I'm on St. Brown is a problem for everybody. Then you go to Jameson Williams. They're pretty high on him right now. He looked good when I was there, and he actually made me feel like he was growing up, if you know what I mean. I don't think the off the field stuff's going to be an issue for him. He sees the kind of money St. Brown got, and he knows he's not getting that until he cleans up his act. So would I go get a 3rd guy? Now, here's a team that doesn't need a 2. They need a 3, and they're going to tell you it's Khalif Raymond, and maybe it will be. I'm not so sure about that. They're pretty aggressive.
Hunter Renfrow in Detroit would be amazing.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy that they want. Don't like him in some of the other situations, but I do like him in that one because that quarterback will get him the ball. Before they get to the 3rd receiver, this is a position you can disagree. They need a backup quarterback. There's a problem there. And their backup situation, I know, and I love Hendon Hooker, but he's just not going to be ready if this guy goes down early. And here's what I think. I think there's 2 teams that I saw that have the backup quarterback that's sitting in the 3rd hole, and their team may not keep 3. And those guys are Case Keenum in Houston, because they have Davis Mills has clearly moved into the 2 hole. I would love to have Case Keenum in a place like Detroit. And the other guy is Taylor Heineke. Now that Penix is tearing it up, Taylor Heineke is in the 3rd spot. He'd be my first choice to go get Taylor Heineke. And not you guys, someone's gonna say, well, what about Tannehill? Tannehill's waiting this out for a starting job. He's not going anywhere to be a 2.
By the way, shouldn't Minnesota be calling Tannehill? Because Pat,
Yes.
we were talking about it earlier in the week. Our feeling is if you truly are just hoping, as a wing and a prayer, that Sam Darnold is going to have a Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield type year when he's never had one before, aren't you basically punting on this season? If you bring in Tannehill, you're at least still trying to win as opposed to, come on, Sam Darnold. I mean, come on. Nobody in the league believes that you're going to win games with Sam Darnold.
I agree with you. And I think if McCarthy wasn't hurt and we were having this discussion about Sam Darnold, I think the three of us would agree he's on borrowed time. And the second McCarthy's ready, they were going to bench Sam. But now that Sam's, the only viable candidate, what are they trying to sell? They're trying to sell Baker Mayfield. No. But, if you're Minnesota and you call Tannehill, you cannot call him and say, we need you to come here as the backup to Sam. And he's going to say, and I had this once with a guy named Dave Craig. I had him in the building. And I said, we really want to sign you. And he said, am I here to be the 2 or the 1? You're here to be the 2. Can I compete to be the 1? Nah, Boomer Esiason's the 1. He goes, I'm not coming. And I said, I respect that. I didn't want you to come here and me lie to you and a problem. But Tannehill, you think if you were the age of a Tannehill, you'd be saying to Minnesota will come as a 2?
Well, we talked about this, Pat, though. If you remember, when Tannehill was done in Miami, he went to Tennessee to be the 2 behind Mariota, who was not a sure thing. And sure enough, 6-7 games into that season, it became Tannehill's job. Mark and I think, yeah, they'll say it's going to be Sam that starts opening day against the Giants. But if you're Tannehill, early October, I could be the starter.
He could absolutely believe that and probably would be accurate with that assumption. But I think Tannehill, personally, that he's been out this long from the end of the season and nobody has identified him as a visit or a recruitment. I think his agents told everybody he's just waiting this out for a starter to go down. And he'd get more money doing that. So that's what I think. When they lay low like this, this long, he's positioned himself for the opening. He'll be the number 1 guy in every emergency list if your quarterback goes down. And we haven't even played basically week 2 preseason except for Drake May. So, yeah, I think he's just waiting it out.
Boy, and I think Minnesota has to bring him in now because, Pat, if they don't win week 1 at the Giants, there's a good chance they're going to lose their next 7-8 games. In fact, I don't see a spot on the schedule until they play Arizona where they'll be less than a 3-point underdog in a game. I mean, Minnesota is, to me, going from a team that if McCarthy got the job, who knows what to expect. But right now with Darnold, I don't see them as a team. I mean, they're looking at the Patriots going, hey, we might be fighting you to be on the clock.
Yes, they're that vulnerable now that everything could fall apart. And they put themselves, this is the kind of stuff that gets GMs fired. If this goes the way you described, Mark, and they don't secure Tannehill, then you get fired. That's what happens.
You were at Tampa, right? You kind of had to
that got canceled on the hurricane, and someone else is doing it today.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we couldn't get there.
So who have you visited that we haven't talked about?
Houston. They're pretty darn good. I don't know if I talked to you. Well, that was this week, so I probably didn't talk to you about Houston. They got a good looking football team.
Both sides of the ball, right? I mean, you're excited about both sides of the football there, aren't you, Pat?
Yeah, I am. I have some concerns like with every team, but they are very good. And I don't think they'll be challenged, but I will be picking them to win the division. Jacksonville will not be my pick. And Jim was real strong about Jacksonville, but after we got done with this team, he was like, yeah, you're probably right. They've done the right things. Stephon Diggs, we all know about Stephon, and Joe Mixon have absolutely going to add 2 dimensions to this team that they have. They're loaded at receiver. I like their tight end room. The offensive line is pretty darn good. What I don't like in some of the things with them are the run stuffing tackles. Now they threw a bunch of bodies at it, and they threw in a bunch of guys trying to make this thing bigger and better. We'll see how that goes. But I like this team to go pretty far. The quarterback, if you're a cynic, you go, well, he could fall back sophomore year. It's easy to say that, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think Nick Sirianni, he worked the trade business too. You think about this. He's got 4 starters and a solid backup from his trades. Mixon and Diggs are 2 of them. He's also got Mason, who he grabbed a year ago. So he's got those guys. He's got Green and Skoranek. Say what you want. Comes December when everyone's wondering, where's Skoranek go? He'll be on the field catching passes. So I do like their roster buildup.
It's funny because we did the Hall of Fame game a couple of weeks ago, and we got about 30 seconds, Pat. I wonder, will they be able to hold a roster spot for Skoranek because they're so loaded with offensive weapons?
Well, I did talk to Nick about Final 53. I like to talk to the GMs about that stuff. And he was fairly consistent last year, and he said to me, he goes, well, it's a little bit different chemistry right now. We might keep an extra receiver. And I would think that would be it. But I'll go back to Woods. If you like Skoranek, you go trade Woods.
He's Pat Kirwan. You can listen to him weekdays 3 to 7 on NFL Radio. The show is called Moving the Chains. He's also part of CBS's NFL Today show. And Pat will begin joining us twice a week on Tuesdays and Fridays because the season is heating up, and he does so always courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers from Tampa to Key West, all points in between, opening up in Lakewood Ranch. Pinchers where you can't fake fresh. Pat, thanks. Safe travels. And we'll talk to you again next week here on Miller and Moulton and MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up for the Fantasy Summit.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th at 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at MillerandMoulton.com. Seating is limited. MillerandMoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off. This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, a lot going on in the Twitch chat room, and I had Pat on there, so I didn't answer. First to Johnny O, yes. For double nickel, I expect a weekend. I see that. Irish football, when you're ready to move, call me. We'll find you a house. Hopefully you got a lot of money to spend on one, too.
He said he's got around 300 grand is what he was looking at, price
Oh.
range in the low 300s.
Okay, that means Cape Coral or Lehigh Acres around us. That doesn't get you much anymore, unfortunately. Adam, Great White, better Zeppelin covers than Ann and Nancy Wilson of Heart. I think that's a healthy discussion.
I agree.
That down, all right.
What else you got?
That was it. There's just some Twitch chats there that yeah, I sent Pat the link, and then I saw you said call him, and then I saw him hop on way early. I'm like, well, that works. Sounds so much better. Oh, I went. Vero can't block those kids. I mean, you got D linemen that are all going D1, and those poor kids for Vero, 2A against a 6A, they were just decimated at the line of scrimmage. It was, they had one drive and they turned the ball over, I think, on their first drive, and they had actually made some yards. That was unfortunate, but they had no answers for either line of scrimmage. I mean, you're talking about a team. I talked to guy I was with, went to St. Thomas Aquinas, knew all the coaches, so we were talking to the coaches before the game. They've got 12 to 15 kids that are going D1. I mean, that's they're just outmatched. That quarterback was never had a chance to throw the ball downfield. It really was. It really was. And St. Thomas thought they were in for a game because of the quarterback. They weren't taking it lightly, and they came out to play. Love to see St. Thomas play against whether it's IMG or one of the other Miami, like American Heritage, when that comes to fruition. That's big boy football right there.
Yeah, IMG's ranked preseason top 10 if you're into that sort of thing, and a bunch of high school polls.
Yeah, IMG, American Heritage. I think there's one other Miami. So there's 4 Florida schools that are in the top 15.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's time for the Diamond District bonus hour, final hour of the day, final hour of the week for Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. You miss any part of today's show or any of our shows, go to millerandmoulton.com, and that's also where you have to go to sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit, which is in, 4 nights. Tuesday night, the 20th, Shoeless Joe's, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers, Doubletree, revamped hotel, revamped Shoeless Joe's, and we've got a room they've guaranteed us as big as we need. So all of you, sign up there, millerandmoulton.com.
There you go. And the signups have waned the last couple of days. So talk to your wife, get out of the house. Good night out. Lot to learn. David's making the trek down from Jacksonville.
Yep.
He will be in attendance. Maybe even, I don't know. Last year we had a surprise guest.
I know. And he paid.
Well, he's not getting in for free.
Yeah, but he didn't know that at the time. He thought he was just doing us a solid. Okay. Little did he know we were going to stop him at the door. So we're an 0-0 now, Mark. The freebies, even from yours truly over here who, does everything for free, including work. We got to cut down on the freebies.
It is a little behind the scenes because, we are actively trying to sell sponsorships to this show. And David and I are conversing more about business than we ever have, obviously, because we now own a business together, which is scary as hell. I mean, it really and truly is. But we were going back and forth on a few things yesterday, and all of a sudden David wanted to give something away. And I'm like, you can't give that away.
I know you're right. Hey, we haven't talked about this, and, you're probably going to yell at me for bringing up this topic, but this is a radical idea. This might be the most radical idea I've ever heard of from a league commissioner in a major pro sports league. Have you heard the idea coming out of the Major League Baseball commissioner's office?
I have not.
Mandating starting pitchers go 6 innings. Now, they're willing to put a couple caveats behind it. If, you're just getting shelled, and they'll determine however many runs that is and number of pitches that, they'll try to, they don't want guys being left in the game and pitching themselves to injury. But apparently it's because of pitchers' injuries, Mark, that the Major League Baseball commissioner's office has come up with this idea. Their thought is so many pitchers are getting hurt, seriously hurt, having to have Tommy John and other injuries because they're just throwing too hard. Because the whole industry now is swing and miss. Just go as hard as you can, as long as you can. If it's 4 1/3, it's 4 1/3. And then we'll just bring in however many damn arms we need to throw high heat and get the final outs of the game. And then tomorrow we'll do it all over again. And so now there's this thought of, we got to pitch more to contact. Also, strikeouts are boring. Too many strikeouts. Your daughter, right?
Right. Won't watch baseball with me, was watching the Little League World Series. But I want to, I had the guy I went to the high school football game with yesterday had gone to the Rays-Astros game that went 10, and there was, 4 combined hits, one of which was in the 10th inning.
Correct. There are 4 hits in 10 innings, 2 for each team. Correct.
And he said how boring the game was. And he was there in attendance. He'd never been to the Trop before. And he's like, Trop's fine. It's air conditioned. He's like one of us. It's like, yeah, I know it's not the best baseball stadium in the world, but I've got air conditioning. I've got cold beer. It's fine by me.
Right. How bad can it be? Right.
Right. But he said the game was unbelievably boring. Here's a 10-inning, 1-run game that was not enjoyable from a fan perspective.
So
baseball, and tons of strikeouts in that game too.
Right.
Not only lack of hits, lack of contact.
Right. Because the other thing is we used to get fired up for the, and name the hard throwing fireballer in your life, and now the new guy on the block is Paul Skeens. Okay. But it used to excite us when a starting pitcher had double digit strikeouts. Well, now teams are striking out 12, 14, 16 times every game. Maybe the starting pitcher isn't getting double digit strikeouts. It's only because they're not leaving them in long enough.
But what will this do to change teams' approach to hitting the baseball? I get that you're trying to get pitchers to maybe pitch differently. Okay. But we're not paying for contact. We're paying for home runs. And until we start paying for average versus paying for home runs, this won't change.
Well, based on, the commissioner's office is thinking, if we start emphasizing having to go longer into the games, then pitchers will start learning how to pitch to contact, i.e., not throwing as hard as long. Secondly, to your point, the strikeouts have become boring. What's the major league batting average right now? In the high 230s? And that, Mark, that's because they're facing nothing but upper 90s heat. So, and this sweeper pitch, which people think, it's great for 2 years, and then that'll help blow out your arm. So, to go back to the hitting part of it, though, if they're not facing as much gas, they'll hit the ball more.
I could be way off base, and you could crush me right here, David. But are pitchers kind of like running backs in the NFL that you just use them as hard as you can for as long as you can until they're not worth anything to you anymore?
Well, that's the other argument. In which do you, if you're an organization, do you ever invest in a starting pitcher anymore? If you're the Pittsburgh Pirates, we're running the Pirates. Do we just look at one another and say, never going to say this out loud, we're going to run Skeens out there until we trade him? And, do we just lose them in free agency 6 years from now and don't get anything but a draft pick for them? Or do we do what the Rays do, which is wait till you have 1.5 years left and we'll trade them at the deadline in, 2029 or 2028. And somebody will get 1.5 years out of them and we'll get 3 top prospects and let's go. I mean, you could make that decision as an organization in which you're just like, I ain't ever paying a starting pitcher again. Just like I'm never paying a running back. Take them for as long as I can get them. Maybe I tag them a year. If I draft them in the first round, if I pick up the 5th-year option, okay, maybe I tag them one time. I get 6 years out of them. We gone.
Thank you, Hawk.
Well, it started as a baseball discussion, so I wanted to.
Never a problem.
No, I didn't think you and I liked the Hawk.
We've got these buttons that I'm learning how to use here where we've got the starting 5 and the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when. There's more that could go on there. I may see if I can just get a he gone.
He gone.
Because I'd use that.
If you're going to get a Hawk Harrelson drop, you have to get you gotta be bleeping me. That's the one we got to have. Because that can be used a lot.
No doubt. Look I'm all for new ideas. If you're going to do it and all these caveats, what are you really changing? So if a guy gets shelled, he gets to come out. If he's pitched too many pitches, he gets to come out. So what are you really saying? In a perfect situation where a guy's dealing, he can throw 6 innings. If things seem to go south, we can get, if he throws too many pitches, I can pull him. If he gets shelled, I can pull him. What's really the difference? Everybody wants their starter to go 6.
Well, but there are many a team that only wants their starter to go 5 because they don't want the starter to face the lineup the 3rd time through. And in theory, if you're throwing like a 3-hitter, if you don't walk anybody, that's just going through the lineup twice in 5 innings. And then I'll bring in 4 relievers to each get, an inning. They're all throwing 97 to 100. Isn't this game going to be exciting? So that's why they've come up with the magic number of 6 that unless you're throwing a perfect game, the Otanis and the Judges of the world are hitting 1st and 2nd, then the starter is going to have to face them a 3rd time. Now, let me ask you this. My bat blank crazy idea, which you make a little less bat blank crazy, which is more radical? We change the final 2-3 innings of the game where you can keep bringing up Judge and Soto. You know, they lead off starting the 7th, and then guess what? They lead off starting the 8th, and then guess what? They lead off starting the 9th. Want to do what all the other sports do. In hockey down the stretch, you're putting your number one line out there all the time, double shifting them, calling a timeout to keep them on the ice. We all know in the NBA, the stars have the ball down the stretch, and obviously in the NFL, the ball's in the quarterback's hands. We want to do the same thing for baseball. Baseball fan loses their mind every time we bring this up. Which one's more radical? Our idea for the last 3 innings, Major League Baseball's 6-inning idea.
David, these are both bat blank crazy ideas. They really are.
But one's coming from the commissioner's office.
I think the changing of the lineup is a little more crazy than making a starting pitcher pitch 6 innings. God forbid, we start, giving it, what are we going to do? Take a run off the board if they can pitch a complete game?
So, but I'm just saying this idea did not come from a Miller and Moulton show. This idea is coming from the commissioner's office.
And he has been able to do most of what he has wanted to do. That's the other part of this, David, as you've pointed out over the past few years. When Manfred's tried to get something done, he's been very successful in getting it done.
I mean, guys, he's a year away from robo umpires. All right. He has said, not next year, spring training next year. We still have some fine tuning to do. But we're a year away from robo umpires, Mark. In the 2020s, Major League Baseball is going to have a pitch clock and robo umpires. What won't this guy consider?
I don't think, David, there's nothing he won't consider. I think if we had him in a room and had an interview with him and we brought up the idea of the batting order, I think he'd listen. I mean, he's very forward thinking when it comes to positive change for the game. And baseball purists, you're not going anywhere. So I don't know what to tell you. What are you going to do? Start watching the NBA?
Oh, wow. You're coming off the top rope there, aren't you? That's a lot of snark. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Me too.
I think we'll do that both Monday and Tuesday, though.
Hope so.
I got to see what NC State's over-under is.
I'm going to guess 7.5.
Look at their schedule, and which way would you play it?
All right, let me get the book right here. All right.
It's not on the board. Only ACC team on the app that you can't bet win totals.
Seriously?
Seriously. You
What's
only
the
can bet
reason?
them, you can bet them to reach the playoff.
Huh. I will say they're going to be 2-2 after 4, but they could also easily be 8-2 playing their last 2 on the road.
Yeah. Exactly.
Phil Steele says it's the
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. It's how we always wrap up the show and the week. Our regular guest list will debut not next week, but the following week, the week of the 26th. Even though there's a show that week that we won't be doing, we'll have a best of, because we each have things going on in our lives, and it just won't be doing a show on Tuesday the 27th. But our regular guest list, if you will. And we've got a dozen terrific guests, we think, lined up on a regular basis throughout the football season. And that will begin in a little more than a week. So when we give out these magic numbers, that's also like magic numbers to when, our fall lineup, if you will. Mark, we're like a network. We have a fall lineup.
What network are we, David? The CW?
Mark,
early Fox? Maybe
Mark,
early Fox. I think that's really the right analogy because we just basically now started our own company.
Right.
We're proud of our network. We're proud of our network. We're proud of our lineup, and we're hoping to grow.
So we're like Fox in the 21 Jump Street days?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
That people haven't discovered The Simpsons and Married with Children yet. Is that what you're saying?
And Pat Kirwan's our Simpsons.
I will say that show's been quoted for a long time. I mean, episodes they've aired 20 years later end up coming true. It's remarkable. Do you think maybe The Simpsons are Miss Cleo? Remember, she was supposed to be able to know what was happening in your life. Do you think The Simpsons have replaced Miss Cleo?
There's no doubt. They've been far more accurate than she was.
Yes, and they're still in business.
And still alive.
Miller and Moulton on this Friday. So, second preseason game. There's 13 of them tomorrow, 2 on Sunday. You going to watch any of them at all?
Oh, yeah, I'll watch some.
Really?
Yeah. I'll probably watch a little bit of this. It depends on what the NFL Network's showing. But if they show the Steelers game, I'll watch the first quarter of that. I'm interested. I'll watch the first quarter of the Dolphins game. I'm interested. Watch the first quarter of Bucks and Jags. Yeah. The hell else are you going to watch?
I don't know. I mean, there's baseball. You could spend time with family, maybe. I don't know. You know me in preseason football. I don't watch. I don't want it. Just honestly, I think it will be a distraction. I mean, I treat preseason football like a girlfriend that I broke up with. Honestly, I don't want to know. Honestly, we're going to get back together in 3 weeks. In my mind, we're getting back together in 3 weeks. Preseason football, I don't want to know who you're dating. Honestly, I don't want to know. Do whatever you got to do. I don't care. Don't want to hear about it. Don't care.
I get it, and I was always that way. But I have a little interest in seeing when the Dolphins play their starters, what the offensive line looks like. I know they're not going to show you a whole hell of a lot.
Sunday night, by the way, there's preseason football that's nationally televised. Saints Niners are on Big Fox, 8 o'clock Sunday. So,
Will Brandon Ayuk still be a Niner by the time they play that game?
How weird is this?
And what you said yesterday was so right, David. Ayuk obviously knows what Pittsburgh's deal is beyond this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners obviously are not matching Pittsburgh's deal, or he would have signed with the Niners.
Correct.
So as Burgess Meredith once said, what are we waiting for?
Yeah. What are we doing here? Either is this all for cash or not? Or is it just as much cash as you can get for the Niners? And I'll say it again. I can't believe San Francisco. If I'm San Francisco, I would have traded him days ago because I can't have every other good player be pulling this stunt. We're getting a
little NBA in the NFL, though.
Mm-hmm.
Players are getting their way more and more, getting out of situations they don't want to be in. And that, I wonder if that turns the fan off at all.
No. And I can confidently say that in the NFL. Nothing has turned the fan off. Maybe for a short period of time. You tell me who, going back to kneeling, You tell me who is still not come back.
I don't know of anyone.
So
it's Teflon, David. You're right.
So I don't think even if my diva wide receivers are being very NBA-like here, and so far are getting away with it, I will say if there's one owner that could buck the trend, it's Cincinnati. We already saw it. He did it with his franchise quarterback. They told Carson Palmer, go pound sand. Palmer said, I'll retire. They went, well, that's fine by us. We'll go draft your replacement. We'll move on. You call us when you're ready to change your mind. They did that with a quarterback. First overall pick of the draft, face of the franchise. Same family owning the team. In fact, same guy owning the team. Now, with the diva wide receiver, if there's anybody, Mark, that could say, yeah, we're going to stop this thing right now, it's the Bengals.
Good luck, because take Chase off that team, that division, you're in the AFC. What are your chances of winning the division now with no Jamar Chase? Seriously.
Okay, let's look at it the other way. I give, although I can't do it contractually now because he's playing on the tag, so I actually have to wait to the end of the year. And if I do what I may do with Jamar Chase, I'll give T. Higgins even more leverage. Okay, but in theory, T. Higgins is not as good as Jamar Chase. I get it. Okay, but what if I decide, you know what, the hell with it? T. Higgins is going to be our number one, and I'm going to pay him about $7 million less a year.
That's great. That's fantastic. What are you doing for 2024? You just going to waste a year? No, and I'm being serious, David. Are you just going to waste a year? Because you're not winning the division without Chase and Higgins. You're not doing it.
Well, they're both going to play, Mark. They're not going to miss games.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. They ain't giving up the money. I mean, Chase is still working on his rookie deal. You know, he's not even in the option, 5th year of his rookie deal. He's not even making the big money of his rookie deal yet. No, he's going to show up and play.
He's going to show up and play. He's going to be there week 1?
Yes.
All right.
Who do
I
they
like
play
your
with?
confidence.
Yeah. Michael Strahan showed up the Wednesday before the season started. His final year in the league. Wednesday, he showed up.
Cincinnati does open with New England, by the way.
Okay. I mean, if you're his agent, aren't you saying, listen, you might as well show up because they're going to win that game without you. That ain't going to help your cause.
Yeah, you're going to get a game check. You might not even play, but you better be on the roster.
Right.
Earn your game check because you're at Kansas City week 2. They need you that week.
So if you're going to miss week 1, you might as well miss week 2 and show them just how much they miss you. Because they ain't going to miss you week 1.
Miller and Moulton.
But I do think the NFL, I think this will be the last off season with the whole sit-in, hold-in. I really do.
Without a new CBA, you think they're going to be able to collectively bargain that?
I think that this will be something that the NFL, they will even make a concession or two to the players in reworking the CBA for an 18-game schedule to eliminate the hold-in. With a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text SPONSOR to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off. This is Miller and Moulton.
Dahmer needs food. Just letting you know.
What was that?
I need some food.
Gotcha.
The usual breakfast of the smoothie and a Metamucil is not going to get it done this morning. No, David does not have the Hurricanes winning the ACC. Neither do I yet. I said I have them playing for the ACC title. I have not made my determination of whether or not they will win the final game of the, well, not the final game, but of the conference championship game. But they will be playing in it. Now, you were already picking the Falcons to win the division, but these two moves cement it for you, don't they?
Yes.
Hey, just a reminder, all you in the Twitch chat room, we still love your subscriptions. So if you have that Amazon Prime and can subscribe for free, for whatever reason, our subscriptions have dropped dramatically. Maybe we're not as entertaining during the commercial breaks. But if it's a matter of the Amazon Prime and it's free, that little bit helps us out. We appreciate it from you, especially if you have Amazon Prime and it's not costing you anything.
Smoke, I think I'm going to pick the Dolphins to win the East. Not there yet, but I'm leaning.
J-E-T-S.
Thank you, ugly bag of water.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
The home stretch of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday, where we are 8, 15, and 20 days away from the start of the respective seasons. Week 0, 8 days away. Week 1 of the college football season in 15 days, and 3 weeks last night. Ravens and Chiefs to get the 2024 NFL season started. Friendly reminder, millerandmoulton.com. Sign up, Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's next Tuesday night at 7 o'clock at Shoeless Joe's, the Doubletree in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. And make sure, if you haven't in the last 3 weeks, make sure you send in the new keyword, Miller, to send us a text at 21,000. A few of you have not updated your keyword, so your texts are going to Michigan. Unfortunately, our former producer is reading them, and he's forwarding them to us, which is nice, but we'd like them to go to us.
He's texting us when there's a lot. Like today, you had the most wins of teams to not make the playoff from a Power 5 conference in the playoff era.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a lot of people texting their guesses in that were going randomly up to. He's like, why are I getting all these texts?
Right.
What the hell are you two talking about?
Why did I just get a text that said Oklahoma State? What is going on? What are you talking about?
So 21,000 keywords Miller. If you haven't texted the show in some time, or if you've never texted the show before, it is the code to get behind the gate.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
I don't have a lot today. We start in 1954. Sports Illustrated debut. Kind of a biggie.
Mm-hmm.
Today in 1965, the AFL's 9th franchise is officially awarded to Joe Robbie and Danny Thomas. The Miami Dolphins would start play in 1966.
That seems like a big day in Florida sports history.
Absolutely. The first performance of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young was today in Chicago in 1969. Vijay Singh wins the PGA today in 98. Beat Steve Stricker by 2. 2008, Usain Bolt sets a new world record at 9.69 seconds to win the 100-meter at the Beijing Games. And Michael Phelps wins his 7th of 8 gold medals when he takes the 100-meter butterfly in the Olympic record, winning by 1/1000th of a second. Today in 2009, Wai Yang wins the PGA, beating Tiger by 3.
Was the first time Tiger had ever had the lead going to the final round of a major and not sealed the deal.
And in 2015 at Whistling Straits, Jason Day sets a major championship record going 20 under par, beating Jordan Spieth by 3 shots.
And I know we bring this up a lot, Mark, but at the time, if we had said Jason Day will never win another major, remember the year he had in 2015? All right, lost close at the U.S. Open. I mean, Jason Day knocked on the door at 2 of the previous majors that year before winning the PGA. And if we had said, yeah, that's it, he's one and done, we would have been laughed at.
Amos Alonzo Stagg, Lawrence of Arabia, and Menachem Begin, all born today. James Cameron is 70. Madonna is 66. Eddie Olczyk's 58. Yu Darvish is 38. Caleb Dressel, the swimmer, is 28, as is Will Zalatoris. What did I miss, David?
Actually, Mark, you missed a few biggies.
Okay.
All right. The list on August 16th needs to be updated. First off, it's a footnote, Major League Baseball, and not a good one. All right. The only player to die playing a Major League game happened today in 1920. Ray Chappie Chapman. Remember, they wear helmets for the longest time. All right. Yankees' Carl Mays hits him in the head. They thought he was okay. He walked off. They took him to a hospital. Okay. He ends up collapsing at the hospital and he dies. He's the only baseball player to ever die from injuries suffered in the game. It happened 104 years ago today. But two big deaths today, unfortunately, Mark. And I know you don't like to normally go there.
I don't do deaths.
No.
I leave the death for you.
Well, thank you. I'm touched. Translation, nobody can kill a show like Moulton. Babe Ruth died today in 48. You know, arguably greatest baseball player of all time. Certainly the biggest figure at the time of his death in the history of American sport. That's fair to say, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Babe Ruth died today in 48, but Elvis died today in 77. He was 42. So
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to Michigan, where I'm afraid people are dumber than I thought. As a Michigan native, it scares the hell out of me. But a 41-year-old Arena County man told Michigan lottery officials he didn't realize he was gaining entries into the second chance jackpot by playing online. So he was suspicious when he received an email about winning in the February 14th drawing. He waited 6 months to collect $257,000 and change because he thought it was a scam.
So eventually they talked him into, dude, it's not a scam. You won.
Well,
is that what happened?
I get when you get an email and it says you've, won something. It's pretty easy to just click the email address and know if that email address is hokey or real.
Yeah, I would probably delete it instantly. I got to be honest. I probably would have deleted the winnings.
He didn't. Waited a long time and got paid. For the bad, we go to Ireland, where a collie was running loose and a thunderstorm came. The dog took off. Made it 20 miles from home before it was discovered. Thankfully, had a microchip, and they were able to get it safely back with its owners. But the thunderstorm sent the dog on a 20-mile run. Nobody should be endured to have to make a 20-mile run, even marathon runners, David.
Wow. 20
Your
miles
dog was bad in thunderstorms, wasn't it?
Well, and it was a bulldog, Mark. We couldn't get the dog to go to the end of the driveway.
No. I'm not saying run away, but your dog struggled with thunderstorms, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. That and fireworks were just the two. I mean, July 4th went from being one of my three favorite holidays to just the worst day of the year.
Finally, the ugly. We go back to Michigan, Detroit, where a 73-year-old man was attempting to drive and eat chicken wings at the same time. He rear-ended a state police officer while eating the chicken wings.
Now, I have to admit, it might be the messiest thing you could do, but how is it difficult? I mean, who needs two hands to eat a chicken wing? I mean, you may prefer it, but who needs it?
Probably needed to go to the napkin. Maybe he was dipping it in the blue cheese.
I don't understand. You're eating it, what you drive with the left hand, say, or whatever, and you eat with the right hand. You put it down, you grab the napkin. Come on, you can't finagle a napkin to clean what you need to clean?
Look I love chicken wings. Love them. It is not a food that is meant to be consumed while driving an automobile.
Completely agree.
It's kind of the knock, if you will, and I don't do fast food much anymore, really at all, but Taco Bell. You run to the border, you go through the drive-thru, you got to get home. It's tough to eat a burrito or a taco on the road. Of all the fast food, I think Taco Bell's the toughest food to eat in the car of the fast food joints.
See, I think now, I don't know how many people go to KFC anymore, but to me, it would be, holding a drumstick or, or a non-drumstick, that would be the toughest thing.
Yeah, drumstick would actually be pretty easy.
Yes. Yeah. Tough to order all drums, though. You can do it with wings, but not necessarily with chicken. But, oh, really? Oh, I destroyed Taco Bell while still driving.
Really?
Oh, destroy it. Yeah, how do you spell Taco Bell?
Well, first off, in order to have Taco Bell even be worth a damn, you need a lot of sauce. So, one, I can't just eat it out of the bag. I've got to put the hot sauce on there. When you put hot sauce on there, you got dripping, you got a mess in your lap.
Okay, well, I have to admit, I don't put sauce on anything. Not fast food. No. Just take it as it comes. Sorry. You make the purchase decision based on Mark, I got to be honest. I don't know the last time that I purchased fast food and ate it somewhere other than the car while driving. And I mean that. I cannot tell if I showed up at home with a bag of whatever, literally my wife would be like, "What's going on? What are you doing?" "Well, I'm just here to eat lunch." She'd be like, "Is something wrong? Did you spill it in the car? What? Well, no, I'm just going to sit down and eat lunch." Mark, I don't know the last time I've done it. I don't know if I've done it this century.
I don't know if I should applaud you or be very fearful. I know you brought the Chipotle home for the wife and mother-in-law the other day.
Correct.
Did you eat yours in the car?
No, I ate it at the restaurant. That's the only place that I actually sit down at the restaurant and eat.
So the idea of bringing food home.
Fast food? Food from a drive-thru? Home? Are you serious?
When you lived in Fort Myers, you lived 38 seconds away from fast food places. All of them.
Yes.
They were all a driver 9-iron away from your home.
Correct.
Still gone before you got to the house?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
I don't want the wife knowing that's how I eat. I'm certainly not going to bring the evidence home. And
that's what the extra cheeseburger's for. There's a snack on the ride home, and then eat your food when you get home.
No. That's just 30 more seconds I have to spend driving around the extra cheeseburger. That's all that is. Maybe a minute. We talked about the preseason football, 13 games tomorrow, 2 on Sunday. Nationally televised one, Saints and Niners, Sunday night, 8 o'clock on Fox. I don't think Brady's doing it, but I don't know that for sure. Baseball, everybody's playing, obviously. Rays are hosting the red-hot Diamondbacks, hottest team in baseball. Marlins are in New York to face the Mets. Probably the best series, Guardians and Brewers. Could it be a World Series preview? Don't laugh. No one would watch, but it's possible. And Mark, the White Sox, worst team maybe of our life, against the winners of 8 in a row Astros this weekend in Houston. Will the Astros have an 11-game winning streak when we're back on the air Monday?
They will, David. They will. They will pound the White Sox this weekend.
If our Reds can win 2 of 3 this weekend, by the way, you do know they get to 500.
They host Kansas City. That's a tough series. The Royals holding on to that final wild card spot. But Boston with the big series as well. They're at Baltimore, and they are a little bit of, that's the Orioles are reeling. So here's an opportunity for the Red Sox to try to get something done on the road as well.
Caitlin Clark in action tonight. The WNBA resumed last night. Caitlin Clark and the FIVA, 7:30, Ion Television. This is how big Caitlin Clark is, okay? They're taking Blue Bloods reruns off the air for this, okay? That's how big Caitlin Clark is. 7:30, Caitlin Clark against 42-year-old Diana Taurasi in the Mercury.
By the way, we got it at -3.5, just to let you know.
Nice. Well done. Mercury
At
playing
WNBA games, Miller and Moulton. That's what's going on here.
Yep. I'm proud of it. We're taking advantage of a team playing the second of back-to-backs. And we're betting on Caitlin Clark at home. Miller and Moulton, have a great rest of your day and weekend, and we'll be back at it Monday. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band Event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
Mark
Summit.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.